Hey all, good morning. Thank you so much for joining this morning. We are conducting .NET Conf local version, Bangalore and Hyderabad. So we we got this .NET Conf. We went to the .NET Conf and we picked up some of the topics so that we can repeat or do a customization of the same topics and repeat it here. There are wealth of knowledge in these 3 days of .NET Conf. Please do check in the .NET Conf 2021. There are large number of topics and wealth of knowledge which we can learn from this. And this is a site .NET conf.net agenda. This is for the 2021 conf. And Swaminathan Vetri, me, we co-organized this .NET Conf 2021 local version, Bangalore/Hyderabad. And special thanks to Nishanil for his support, and James, who will be doing the keynote speaking, and all the other speakers, Amal Dev, Humera Tahur, Jagdish, Jagriti, Suhas, Pandian, and I will be speaking on this one. And we'll start with James. He will start with the keynote speaking, and he'll show a few of those demos. Then Amal will start with 6 ways to get started with .NET 6, and Humera Tahur, she consumes a .NET 6 API and creates a custom connector and power virtual agents. And Jagdish is going to speak on Blazor Azure B2C authentication and authorization. Jagruti, she will be speaking on ASP.NET Core MVC, Razor Pages, and Blazor WASM in .NET 6. Suhas is speaking on minimal APIs in .NET 6, and Pandian is coming with full stack with Blazor WASM and Azure Static Apps. I am speaking a very small topic. Whatever the Blazor WASM app we build it, I am going to custom containerize that and show a very simple thing how to containerize. Rest of the containerization support is there in Blazor WASM. There is a small trick. That's the only thing which I want to highlight. So let me welcome our first speaker, keynote speaker, James. And thank you so much, James, for accepting the invitation and joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me, Swami. Super excited to be here and kick off. We've done quite a few events together with Nish as well, which is very exciting. And it's good timing with the 13 and a half hour time difference, because I'm over here on the West Coast in the US. So it's only 7:30 at night here. So still early Friday night. So, I got a whole weekend ahead, and it seems like everyone's going to have a great Saturday. I'm really excited for a lot of those sessions. So it's really cool.
Cool. You can share your screen, and
Yeah,
we can.
I'll bring it up over here, and there we go. Cool. Go ahead and hide this. Yeah, it's pretty exciting because today I'm going to kind of highlight many of the things that are brand new in .NET 6. So if you've been looking at, maybe getting to .NET 5 and you're waiting for a LTS release, or maybe you're brand new to .NET, I want to go ahead and give you a full overview of everything in .NET 6. 45 minutes, or about now 42 minutes. So we'll see how it goes overall. So I have some cool demos and some new ones that we didn't even show at .NET Conference 2021. So I'll go ahead and highlight those and get into it. How's that sound,
I'm all
Swami?
excited. I'm all excited.
Good. Awesome.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Swami. So I'm James Montemagno. I'm a principal lead program manager at Microsoft. I work with Nish and Neil. If you've been in and around the user group, you'll have maybe seen Nish as well. So Nish is on my team, and we run the developer community inside of our developer division here at Microsoft, focusing on helping developers be successful with .NET, whether they're brand new, been using .NET for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, however long it may be, and whatever they want to build. And that's sort of my favorite part of .NET, really, is that it's this really big unified platform that enables you to build for absolutely anything. In this slide, we've shown a lot. I think we keep adding things to it over and over again. But I love it because truly, no matter what you're building, whether it's web, desktop, mobile, gaming, IoT, you're able to build it with .NET and any of the languages, C#, F#, or VB, and take advantage of this really big ecosystem that's out there of amazing library creators on NuGet and GitHub, and amazing component vendors enabling developers to really bring their vision to life. And at Microsoft, we're really passionate about developer tools, with Visual Studio, VS Code, and of course, enabling developers to code wherever they feel the most comfortable. So a lot of the brand new things in .NET 6 are enabled from a command line first experience. And I'll talk about that as well too. Now, with .NET, what's amazing about .NET is it's a growing ecosystem, of libraries, but of developers. And there are over 5.4 million .NET developers around the globe. And those are just .NET developers using the Visual Studio family of products. And time again, .NET has been ranked on Stack Overflow as the most loved framework. And of course, .NET being open source is one of the highest velocity open source projects, time and time again, by Cloud Native Computing Foundation. And with .NET 6, was really an amazing release because it had tons of community contributions. Nearly 7,000 community contributors made issues, pull requests, code changes, all those things. And over 21,000 commits were made from those contributors. So on average, community members are not only getting involved with .NET and all the projects adjacent to .NET, but they're contributing a lot to it. So we want to thank everyone that around the globe that was able to contribute to .NET. And this release is truly the biggest, fastest release of .NET yet. And of course, for all the different projects as well, and frameworks from ASP.NET Core to .NET MAUI to Blazor and everything else that you hear about today. So what's great about .NET 6 is it continues the unification of libraries and SDKs to simplify development, really, so everything has a common infrastructure from the ground up. It's super performant, like I said. We've been focusing in on making .NET and different projects easier and faster to get started and for people to learn how to build applications, especially if they're coming from either no development background or other libraries and frameworks out there in other languages. Brand new language releases, and of course, new support for Apple Silicon ARM64, which is exciting for Apple devices. And also, this is an LTS release, so long-term support. Normally, how .NET works now is there's a current release and then a LTS release, and every year they change. So .NET 7 will be current, .NET 8 will be long-term support. The only difference in that has nothing to do with quality, and it only has to do with the amount of time that it's officially supported on there. But many companies and developers have been adopting .NET even faster. So we had many huge companies around the globe adopt .NET 5 as one of the fastest growing .NETs ever, and .NET 6 as well being LTS. We'll see even more. Now I'm going to go do a bunch of different demos, but one app that you're going to see and APIs and backends is an app that we actually built for .NET Conf, which is the .NET podcast app. This is open source completely it's on the Microsoft GitHub. Just go to github.com/Microsoft and type in podcast and you'll find it. But this is an application that spans web, desktop, mobile, has advanced backend services powered by ASP.NET Core, Azure Containerization in it, and different services too, not only just APIs, but background worker services and many more important pieces in the story. So I wanted to kind of talk that you'll see this application a few times during my talk, and you've probably seen it at .NET Conf and some other sessions as well. So it's a really great example of what you can build with .NET 6 as well. So let me go ahead and go forward here and get into some demos. Because before we get to the podcast app, I want to talk about simplified development and how we're making .NET and C# not only more approachable for developers to get started with .NET, but also more productive and happier, honestly, when they're coding. And that means not only making improvements to the runtime, to the languages, but also to the tooling itself, which is why one of the main features we shipped with .NET 6 is .NET Hot Reload. If you've been developing WPF or UWP or Xamarin applications, you may have known of XAML Hot Reload to change XAML and update it in real time. But .NET Hot Reload is a whole new extension of .NET Hot Reloading that takes it to everything from WinForms applications to C# code behind, to Razor pages, to just about anything that you want to do, you can hot reload and patch your code while your application is running. While it's debugging, while it's not debugging, you can do it from Visual Studio 2022 or from the command line as well. I'll show both of those. What's nice is that it actually supports all versions of .NET, including Framework if you're using Visual Studio 2022. But if you're using .NET 6, it will work everywhere, which is really, really cool. So you see it running in a Blazor app up top, and then on the bottom, actually a WPF application, which is cool to see it running in multiple contexts. Now, hot reloading is great, but we're also making advancements in programming languages as well. With C# 10, there are some brand new amazing features like global using directives, which enable you to specify using directives that span your entire project. So you don't have to write them at the top of every file. File scope namespaces is awesome because you can kind of shift all your code left. I'll show that off today to get rid of curly braces to scope your file to it. Records have been updated, and also lambdas have been super improved for really complex lambda functions, which is nice. And I'll show that off as well. When it comes to APIs, they sort of run the world. And we want to make it really easy and approachable for every single developer to build powerful, super crucial APIs with ASP.NET Core, which is why minimal APIs is a new feature that developers can use to create minimal yet advanced APIs. They're lightweight. You can write them all in one file. They're top-level programs, super easy to get started. And additionally, you can still blend in controllers. So if your application gets larger, you can still blend those in as well, which really makes it minimal code for minimal apps. I mean, it's really great to get started in just a few lines of code. So let me show you what this looks like inside of Visual Studio. So I'm going to go ahead and open up just Visual Studio 2022, and I'm just going to create a new project. And I'm just going to show you the difference here between a .NET 5 application and a .NET 6 application really quick. So I'm just going to create a console app. So just, console app that says like hello world, the standard thing. And we've actually gone ahead and you'll see this everywhere is that you can actually pick any version that's installed on your machine. So I have 2.1, 3.1, 5.0, and 6. And it tells you exactly if it's LTS, out of support, or current. So I'm going to select 5.0 and hit create here. And this will create a brand new .NET 5 application. That's a console app. So let me pin that here. And you can see this has some normal stuff. So it's using system, namespace as a class of a program. And then it says hello world. So pretty standard. But let me open up another Visual Studio 2022. And what we're going to do this time is create a .NET 6 version of the project. So I'll create a console app, hit next. And this time I'm going to select .NET 6 from the dialog here, hit create. And what we'll see this time is we get the same exact application, and yet it is now a single line of code. We're using top-level programs. We're using brand new features like global namespaces and implicit usings inside the application. And there are these brand new console templates. So you can just get started writing your code really, really fast without all of that extra ceremony that was on this application. Now, if I wanted to, I could totally come in and I can write this as well. It's the same exact application, but it's all that ceremony is hidden from you. And you can just start writing code and running your application right in the single file. It's the same exact application, which is awesome. Now, getting started with, console applications is great, but I talked about minimal APIs. I know there's some other talks later today, which is very exciting for that too, but I'm going to create a new project and I'm going to show you how you can get started with this. So if you actually just go into all projects and you type in like API, you'll see that there's a ASP.NET Core Web API. And you can hit next here. And what you can do now is you're able to select, of course, your framework. So .NET 6, configure HTTPS, Docker, and you can decide if you want to use controllers or minimal APIs. So you can check that one checkbox there. Now, one thing, though, that I think is even better of a minimal application is a different template of ASP.NET Core, which is empty, which is like, this is the absolute minimal thing to have a web application with ASP.NET Core. So I'm going to go ahead and start this up, .NET 6. I'm going to hit create. And what I love about this is that this project, when I open up the program CS, is just 4 lines of code with spacing 6, right? But you get 4 lines of code. This is using our builder pattern. We get a minimal API, which is map app.map get. There are also map deletes, map gets, map posts, puts, all these things in here, right? Which is really, really cool. So for example, I can do a map get here, and then I could put another route on here that says dog, and then I can say return a new, let's say dog over here, and I'll say Millie is my dog, and she is of a type cattle dog. There we go. Cool. Now, what's great about this is I can run this application right over here. So let me go ahead and run this. And this is going to just start a debug session, just like I normally would. And it'll pop up a browser here. So it's going to be on my other screen, of course. So let me go ahead and just pin this and pin this. Perfect. And pump this up a little bit. Perfect. All right. So now we see hello world. And if I actually go over to /dog, we'll see that now automatically it's using built-in JSON serialization to automatically do that for me. I didn't have to specify anything over here. It automatically knows how to serialize my object out automatically as my default, which is great. But what's great now is that I'm inside of my project here on the hello world, and we can see up top here in Visual Studio, there's this little fire emoji up here, and that's hot reload. You can do it on save, or you can do it when you click the button, totally up to you. So here I can say, hello, everyone. And I'm just going to hit this little hot reload button. And I'm going to go ahead, of course, and request it again. And now we get hello, everyone right there, right? So we get everything right there. So if I say more exclamation points are needed, hit save. And of course, I just go ahead and hit it again. We get hello, everyone. And this works not only for returning simple data types, like just a string, but also if I want to modify, Millie over here. So if I want to say, well, she's actually a blue healer, right? I hit save and I hit refresh over here. I now get that she's a blue healer. So it's actually changing that data structure that's being returned automatically. So it's patching my code. My application's not started. I didn't hit debug, anything like that. And this works anywhere. So for example, if I go over to Visual Studio Code, I have a little bit different of a setup over here. So I want to talk about this a little bit. It's quite cool. So what I have, I'm going to make it a little bit smaller. There we go. Is I have 2 applications. I have a .NET 5 version of Hello World. And what I'm doing is I'm just going to, every second, I'm going to output the current process identifier. And I'm going to say hello, everyone here. Right. And then I'll do the same thing over here. I'll say hello, everyone. And I'll put the same, this is a .NET 6 application on the right-hand side. And then this one will say hello, everyone, and put the process ID. What's nice here is actually you see a little bit difference of the code. In .NET 6, there's a new API called environment.processID. Instead of having to call system, diagnostics, process, get burn process ID, all this stuff. It's all this stuff here. So I can prove to you that this folder, this application is running .NET 5 or .NET 6. So I'm going to zoom in here and I have some terminals down here. So I'm going to say .NET -- version. And what we'll see over here is that this one is running .NET 5. Now, if I go over here and I do .NET version, this one's running 6.0. What I did is I created a little JSON file to pin the folders to the specific versions of .NET. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to come up and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so everyone can kind of see it. But I'm going to do .NET watch run. That's what I'm going to do in the .NET 5 version. That's going to build my application, and then it's going to start looping out, and it's going to output hello, everyone, with my process ID of 55852. Now, I am watching the application. This is kind of file watcher. It's looking for changes. So if I say hello, world, and I change it and I hit save, what's going to happen here is previously with .NET 5, the actual application exited. See that? It actually exited, recompiled, and then it went off and it gave me a brand new process identifier. It's a whole new process on my machine. Now, .NET 6 over here, I'm just going to do .NET watch. I don't even need run anymore because it automatically is implicitly brought in. And we're going to see, this is cool. Look at this. It says hot reload is enabled for this over here. It's watching and hot reload is enabled. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and say, hello world. I'm going to hit save. And now what's happened is that it watched the file. It's gone ahead and repatched the code, and it has the same exact process ID. So it didn't stop my application. It's still running. It's still right there. Now, what I think is even cooler about this is that you can use whatever you want. So this is just running command line. So if I open this and I open this file, let's say we open it with Notepad, right? And come over here. Let me put it right. Oops, I just put everything away. I shook it. There we go. And I say hello from Notepad, hit save. It's watched, it reloaded, and now it has the same exact process ID. It patched my code, everything in real time right there from my application. So no matter where you're coding, you're able to get hot reload everywhere, which is absolutely spectacular, which is super duper cool. Let me close a few things here and let's get back to the slides. All right. So that is just some of the features of the application, which is really, really cool. So that's command line, minimal APIs, and a lot more with hot reloads, really helping developers get up and running really quick. Now, in this release, it's also one of the most performant releases. There was over 6,500 PRs into the release of .NET, and over 550 focused on performance. And what's great about .NET itself is that it's super crazy fast. ASP.NET Core as a web framework is actually 10 times faster than Node.js, being able to process 7 million requests per second. And in this release, the Entity Framework team, which is the connector to databases, paid special attention to performance and boosted performance by nearly 100% to be able to process nearly 300,000 requests per second with Entity Framework Core 6, which is absolutely spectacular. And there are developers around the globe using .NET 5 and now .NET 6 to see these huge perf gains in their applications. So we can see actually on the top left, the developer behind Proto-Actor booted up and upgraded to .NET 6, and they saw a 50% performance boost, processing 5 million messages per second and topping out nearly 7.5 million. Down the bottom, this developer was upgrading to their application from .NET 4.8 to .NET 6, so framework to .NET 6. And they have an app that processes gig image files every single second. And they saw their application frame drops or pause time go from 14 milliseconds to 5 milliseconds. So that's nearly 200% faster. And then on the right-hand side with that metric in Azure is actually developer where they flipped on using ASP.NET Core and Entity Framework, and their CPU usage dropped to nearly 0 in their application, which is awesome. Sometimes it can be scary, like something wrong? No, it's just that fast. And on that, also, .NET 6 is also cloud ready, which means that when you build applications with .NET 6, they're ready to go right away. So app service, Azure Static Web Apps, Azure Functions, everything is ready 100%. In fact, you're going to hear many talks today from awesome speakers talking about how to get your .NET 6 applications in to Azure to deploy your backends and your websites as well. And of course, we use .NET at scale here at Microsoft, which I think is absolutely awesome, is that these parts of Microsoft and so many more are using it at scale, processing billions upon billions of requests every single month between Azure Active Directory Gateway, App Service Gateway, Bing.com itself. When you're running on Bing and binging on Bing, you see it right there, and everything is being powered by .NET and Dynamics as well. Now, this word gateway is something that is brought up quite a bit because actually a lot of time you need to proxy traffic through your application, maybe for gRPC or HTTP2 routing. And that's where you need sort of a reverse proxy in place. And with the release of .NET 6, the team actually released reverse proxy based on .NET called YARP, yet another reverse proxy. And this is used by those teams internally at scale. So for example, the Dynamics 365 gateway team, they're processing 100 billion requests per month and processing over 7.5 petabytes of data through the reverse proxy. It's open source. It's supported on .NET Core 3.1, 5, and 6. And it's used in production today by the largest teams, some of the largest teams here at Microsoft. You can go to aka.ms/YARP to learn more. Now, I want to start with modern web development or modern app development. And I also want to consider that as API development too. So before we get into the actual podcast application that I want to build out a little bit, I want to talk about the backend over here. So all the apps that we build are going to need a backend. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the podcast applications backend code, which is over here running in Swagger currently, the API. There's a categories API, an episodes API, a shows over here. So if I tap on shows and I say, give me one show and I execute that, we can see that we get a podcast back called .future. I can take that ID, come down to the shows, try it out, paste it in there, and execute it and get information about that show pulling from the database. So let's look at what is creating this over here. So I'm going to go into the server code, and I'm going to go up top here. And the project over here is actually a few different projects. I'm going to zoom in over here. And what we'll see is that we actually have a few APIs. One is a podcast API. That's what we just showed in Swagger. We also have this ingester and updater, which are background worker services sitting over here that are going to enable the podcast to get updated and added into a queue. So the first thing I want to show is that this is the API, and it has some standard scaffolding over here. So we have this builder. It's using some brand new databases here. So adding a SQL server. It's adding a queue client for a storage queue. It's adding Swagger, configuring cores. So it's kind of getting that entire setup that I need in my application, including setting up the Swagger UI that you just saw. And then down here, we have our minimal APIs. So we have a map get, which is going to go and get all the categories. Over here, I have another one, which is going to get all of the episodes or episode information over here for a specific identifier. And we can see that it's using standard link and podcast context and everything like that that's inside of here. We also have a post down here too. So it's able to post information back into the back end. So we can see that that was a post that was in there too. So really minimal, but there were more APIs because this is blended with a full controller. So there was a controller for the shows that I just hit, and it has a lot of logic in it. It's quite large and it has different information. So that one is in a separate file, and you can mix and match those together. But what's nice about this API is that everything is here, but it's using really modern and really awesome C#10 and .NET 6 features. So for example, you may notice that there's no using system up here or system threading or anything like that. In fact, if we scroll down a little bit, this cancellation token, it's supposed to be in system threading cancellation token. That seems like it should be there. Well, if I open the project structure, we'll see that this flag here, implicit usings, is enabled. And what this is it's a configuration that basically says, hey, ASP.NET Core, what using statements would you like to implicitly use in the entire application? And I can actually show you which ones are brought in. So I can go into the OBJ bin and I can see the global usings over here. And all of these using statements for ASP.NET Core that you probably had to write over and over and over again, and all those missing extension methods are now brought in automatically for you, which is super awesome. That's optional. You don't have to do it. You just enable it here. It's enabled in new projects. That's up to you. Now, what's great though, is that you can actually create your own global using directives, which means that if you want to bring in Entity Framework Core and these models and infrastructure, you can. So I'm going to just go ahead and remove that, and you'll see there's red squiggles, everything's mad at me. And I'm going to go ahead and open this file called global using. There's nothing in it. It's just a file inside of this project. I'm going to paste those in there. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to Shift Alt for multi-select, and I'm going to type in global over here. I've just made these global using statements. Sorry, global using directives over here. So now all of these will be brought in across my application. So if I go back over here, now my application starts on line 1 where I want it to, and everything is working elegantly, which is really, really awesome. Now, you may have noticed that there are some really complex lambdas in here. And I talked about lambdas being simplified as well. So we can see like this one over here is actually taking in a podcast context. It has a cancellation token. It's returning a list of categories. I can actually take this and I can show you what's happening behind the scenes. I'm going to say categories and assign it here. And I'll put this over here, categories. There we go. Perfect. So that we could just do that. And that's just a little lambda that's there. If I zoom in and show you what this map get takes in, we can see that it takes in only has two constructors or two parameter sets, pattern and a delegate, and a pattern and a request delegate. Because of the new Lambda declarations and new IntelliSense or compiler IntelliSense, I can figure out how to make any function delegate Lambda into a delegate. So for example, here, if I hover over the var, we can see that it's a T result of system func in out result one. So it figured that out for me automatically. But if I hover over the local variable, it's automatically determined that this is a nullable function of podcast DB context cancellation token and returns a task list of a category DTO item. It figured it out for me automatically because of the brand new Lambda support inside of C# 10. Before, you'd have to write this and you'd run into conflicts and all these other things. So we have global using directives, implicit usings, brand new Lambdas. And the last thing I want to show off is some new features that simplify your code and shifts it to the left as well, which is file scoped namespaces. So forever, we've had these little squigglies just, you know, they're there always. We always just need the squiggles. Well, we don't need them anymore. We're just going to go ahead and put in a semicolon, get rid of these squiggles, and I'm going to shift my code. And now this is a file scope namespace, and the namespace is going to be used throughout the entire file. So when my code starts on line 1 with no using directives and just the namespace, and all the code is on index right there, aligning, and it's absolutely beautiful, reclaiming precious space vertically and horizontally in our applications. I love it, every single bit of it. Now, beyond that, though, that's just Web API and some of the new C# 10 features that you can use everywhere, which is great. But when you want to start building applications, you have choices when you build web apps, modern applications, or hybrid applications. And I want to talk about Blazor, our full stack web app development with .NET and ASP.NET Core. Forever, there's been two different models for Blazor. Blazor Server, which means that your code is running on the server. But the beautiful part of Blazor is that you don't have to write JavaScript. You can write all C# everywhere. So if you wanted to execute and make changes to the scene or events, you can do it all in C#. You never have to write JavaScript. You can interrupt with JavaScript libraries if you want. Blazor Server uses SignalR to do processing back and forth, so it enables basically support for all browsers, thin clients, anything, but does require a consistent, persistent connection. Blazor WebAssembly. WebAssembly is an open standard to run non-JavaScript code in the browser. Actually runs your C# code in the browser using WebAssembly.net. It runs fully in the browser client side, no required server component, and it can be hosted as a static website, which you'll hear later today, and you can host it offline. Now, some of the drawbacks to WebAssembly were these larger download size and then potentially slower performance based on the user's machine. And in .NET 6, the team has really optimized both performance and the smaller size of it. In fact, the ahead of time compilation of WebAssembly can dramatically reduce your startup time of your app. And the brand new WebAssembly app trimming can dramatically reduce the download size of your application and of .NET WASM. In fact, what's cool about that is that it actually, at its minimum, is even smaller than 350 kilobytes. So really, really tiny. So let me show you the podcast application over here and walk through a little bit of code. So I'm going to go ahead and open up the podcast application. And I'm just going to go ahead and run it over here. So I'm going to go ahead and just pin this over here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show it big. And I'm going to go ahead and minimize this over here. And I'm going to see that first This is a brand new podcast application. This is an ASP.NET Core Razor application, and it has really beautiful UI. It's pulling brand new podcasts. And when I hit discover more or sign in, I'm going to get into the Blazor application here. So it's a full Blazor app. I can tap around on different podcasts. Here's mine, merge conflict. So this podcast over here is going to hit our backend API. It's going to load the data. Hopefully it's going to load the data. I did reduce everything to a very, very small tier this morning. So hopefully it's going to load the data. Let's see. Come on, Dave. There we go. There's my podcast. And here we're going to get all of our podcasts, all our information. I can subscribe to it. I can start listening to one over here. I can go into my listen later over here if I wanted to come in and mark this as listen later, and I see it show up here. But I subscribe to the podcast. I don't see anything yet. So let's go ahead and implement that over here. So what I'm going to show you is that I'm running this application, and I'm actually not even running it in debug. I'm just running it not in debug. And what we can see is that I didn't finish the subscription UI. So let's go ahead and finish it. I'm going to go ahead first. I'm going to just add a little bit of code snippet over here. And I'm going to go ahead and just hit save. And what this will do is show our box art. So we are doing some data binding to the title, the author, and the image as well. So we see it there. Now I know that there's more that I can do inside of here. So if I wanted to, for example, maybe use a pre-built card, I could maybe replace this over here with this card that I've created that has some information, and hit save there, and it should refresh. And now I'm getting the little checkbox, this little information in here, the nice hover, but it's not really in a grid. It's not looking super great. So what I could do is actually pull in the grid that I've written. It has a lot more in it. So let me go ahead and paste this in here. So I'm just changing the code. Now this is a whole new structure. It's actually bringing in items and different templates and navigation link and empty results. Actually, when I hit save now, this is going to say that, hey, this is too big of a change for hot reload, rebuild and apply changes. So let me go ahead and do that. So this is actually going to do a quick little diff of the code, recompile it and redeploy it because it just couldn't execute that specific instance of it. And the team is always working on more things to do. And here we get a little reload, and sure enough, I'm back on subscription. So it actually has saved my state here. But now I can continue on working too. So if I wanted to, I come in and I post in and I unsubscribe here. I don't have anything, but I can put in an empty result, hit save. And now we get our no results component here. So we're inside that component, all hot reloading in real time, which is super duper awesome to see right there. So that is how you can build super beautiful applications, all with Blazor right here using hot reload 100%. Now for native client application, that is where .NET MAUI comes in, our next generation UI for building cross-platform apps across iOS, Android, Mac, and Windows. You can deploy to multiple devices. It's a single project, single code base, enables you to get access to native controls and native APIs 100%. So we actually built this podcast application not only over here inside of Blazor, but we also built one with .NET MAUI. So I'm going to open up that project right here. And what I want to show you is that it is one project. That's all it is. Here it is. It's the .NET Conf MAUI podcast application. And it's standard sort of XAML. If you come from a Xamarin Forms or a UWP or WPF background UI, it has different things inside here like services and view models all inside of here, accessing native code and cross-platform code, but everything's in one project. How does that work? Well, it is a multi-targeted project. So we have our Android, iOS, and Mac, and our Windows application over here as well. And all the code is shared here, and I can deploy to multiple targets. And what's cool is that .NET MAUI also has cross-platform things. Like over here, we have .NET Pods as the title, the ID, and the version. If I scroll down, .NET MAUI also does other things for us, like images, splash screens, custom fonts 100%. And if I zoom in under platforms, you'll see that I have right there access to native code if I want to access native code there in C#, and also all my resources. So all my images, all my fonts, everything there. So let me go ahead and just run this over on Android. And I have my Android emulator running right over here. And this is going to compile up my application, and then it's going to go ahead and deploy it. So it's pretty quick. The team's been working really hard on making it faster to deploy, smaller app sizes, and faster as well. So now we have our podcast app right over here. And we have our podcast app. But now, as I scroll through and I tap on a podcast and I subscribe to it and I go to my subscriptions, we're getting native UI, native interactions on our buttons, on our playback. This is using native Android playback over here as well, compared to web JavaScript playback. And of course, I can do things like make light mode and dark mode and all that good stuff too, which is really cool. I also have this application running right over here on my Windows that I can deploy from as well. So let me go ahead and boot that up here. Here we go. And here is both our Android application and our native Windows application running side by side. I can look at all my subscriptions. Well, I guess I don't have any. So let's add one over here, add a subscription, play a file over here, share it, put it in my listen later. And I can also toggle on my light mode, dark mode, all those things. I get that native integration, native playback, everything that I would expect to have. Now, one thing that I want to talk about even more than doing native development is also hybrid development with .NET. You can combine both Blazor and .NET MAUI together to be able to create rich cross-platform hybrid applications, whether you're a native desktop application developer or a Blazor developer. This is a feature that's going to be part of the .NET MAUI launch, which is available generally next year in around Q2. And you can mix and match different UI. So let's check this out really quick too. What's nice is over here on my podcast application, we developed this feature called Listen Together. And what this does when you're listening to a podcast, you can invite friends to listen together. So I'm going to create a room over here, and I'm going to say Blazor over here. I'm going to say open room, and I have a room available, and it gives me a little token here. And I can listen to it, and I can send little emojis, which is really cool. And this was built 100% with just Blazor components. So actually, if I go over to my components, I have a listen together component right in my Blazor application right here. So what the team did for .NET MAUI is they actually brought in all of the Blazor web components into the .NET MAUI application. Here's Listen Together. And on the Listen Together page, we have a Blazor web view, creating a hybrid application right here. So let me go ahead and show you exactly what this looks like right here, which is cool. So I'm going to make that a little bit smaller. And we're going to make our podcast app go to together mode. And then this is going to join or boot up our Blazor web view. So I'm going to go ahead and paste the code in here. There we go. Join the room. I'm going to say this is from Android. Join room. And now you'll see that Android and Blazor are right here. And if I hit the play music, it starts the music over on the Blazor one, so we can listen together. And as we're listening, we can send emojis back and forth between each other. And that's all 100% native and web working together. This is using native music playback from Android, but with a web Blazor view. And this is 100% Blazor and web playback. So blending those two worlds together, which is absolutely spectacular, really showing you the power of what .NET 6 and .NET enables you to do. There's companies today using this. So ProntoPay is a company using .NET MAUI and Blazor together to build the next generation of sending payments through your mobile device and getting access to your wages and payroll and everything like that, which is really cool. And they've built it all 100% in .NET MAUI and moved really fast as they were using Blazor there. And that is .NET 6, and .NET itself is a unified development platform to build absolutely everything. I just scratched the surface of what you can build with .NET MAUI and .NET 6 and Blazor and ASP.NET Core and so much more that you can get today completely for free by downloading it at .NET. Just type in .NET download and you'll see the .NET 6 installation and you can get started. And there you go. I hit it right on cue. Perfect. I hope everyone goes out and tries everything today. There you go.
Hey James, thanks so much. That was pretty great session and wonderful. I mean, your 45 minutes of the session has given me a minimum 3 months of learning path. Seriously, I mean, see, those many things. The good things I learned about the globals. How can we create our own global usings,
Yep.
and this hybrid, the minimal APIs, and improvements also I particularly noticed in .NET 6 Blazor WASM
Yeah.
and .NET 5 Blazor WASM. When I try to place a debugger at the constructor level, it never used to hit. But in
Mm.
.NET 6 it is hitting, and it
Oh
is
yeah.
much faster. I observed it.
Yeah.
Uh, I think we have one query
Sure.
from Srinivasan. He was asking, is this global usings solves the cyclic references?
I don't know exactly what that means. Usually, so for global using directives, what's nice about it is for the problems that you often have, which is two factor. One is that you have to write these using statements at the top of every single file over and over again, especially if you're using like your data class or your services class or your view models class or your controllers class. You have it in a bunch of files. You just want to clean that up. The other thing is that if you often miss extension methods, I think this is the biggest advantage of global using directives and implicit using directives is that you don't see extension methods unless you add a using declaration at the top of your file.
True.
But with global using directives, they're there all the time. Now, you could run into conflicts, right? So, for example, if Swami, you write a library that has a person data type in it, and I have a person data type, you could run into a conflict if you're using globals for that. And of course, you could alias as well. So I can still use as many at the top of my files as I want as well.
I
So I say if I use something in like 3 or 4 files, then I make it a global usually.
right. I'm thinking this. I might be wrong, but what I'm thinking is he's talking about the cyclic reference. Maybe library A is using library B, and some piece of the library B is using library A again. Is he speaking about the cyclic dependencies? That's what I think so.
Like a recursive
Yes, sir.
thing back and
That's what
forth.
cyclic dependencies or cyclic references. That's what uh,
I don't
is.
think so. I don't think the it's not really. You can think of it as like this:
Mhm.
is if you were to add a using statement or using directive to the top of every single file, that's what this is doing. So if you had a problem before, global usings aren't going to solve your problem.
Yeah,
You know what
exactly.
I mean?
That's what
Yeah,
I'm telling. It's
yeah,
I think Srinivasan, if I'm not wrong, I think you are mixing two different concepts.
yeah, probably.
That's what I'm saying. By reading this cyclic references is entirely different, where
Yeah,
you're using library A and B and again B to A. But here,
yeah,
as James explained twice, it's
yeah,
purely anything you need it in all different modules or different files inside a solution. This
yeah,
solves that problem.
yeah,
If I have 15 usings in in 10 different files, I can push it to one global CS, and that will cater the needs of all these 15 files. My file will be neater. It will be
yep.
very less number of lines. Did I
That's right.
hit that, James? The intention?
Perfect. It's perfect.
Okay.
Yep. And I think Rami here is saying it correct. Yeah. Cyclical. I think cyclical references, what maybe I call them, are an architectural problem. That is correct. It's more of an architectural problem, not a code problem. I think you run into that problem with just about anything. That's not necessarily a C#
Yeah,
problem. That's a development problem. So cool.
cool.
Awesome.
And thank you so much. Okay, one more query.
Hmm.
Okay, Blazor.
Well, Blazor
Blazor.
versus React. Well, I mean, it depends if you want to write JavaScript and well, okay, here's a few things. Okay, so it's not even a battle, really. So there's a few things. One is you can actually use React in an ASP.NET Core application, and that's actually really nice if you want to still use C# coding and controllers on the back end and use React components on the front end. You can totally do that. In fact, when you go in, check this out, by the way. When you go in to a new project, I'm going to do this. I'm going to type in the word over here, React. Okay. And look at this. You can actually create a JavaScript or a TypeScript app, but down here, this is cool. These are brand new templates for ASP.NET Core with React.js or React.js and Redux. They also have Angular templates too. So you can put those in there. So you can put those in there, which is super duper nice. So if you have React app, you can do that. Now, Blazor as a full stack web app can do a bunch of things that React can't do, such as, doing full offline WebAssembly, static web, a bunch of other things, right? But if you want to stay in your, C# world, write C#, don't want to write JavaScript, then Blazor is going to be great for your applications. But if you have a React application, there's actually a way of taking Blazor components and putting them into a React or an Angular application. Dan Roth in a session at .NET Conference showed it off and showed it all running, so that you can blend these worlds together. It's web development, but it depends. I feel like, in my world, the Blazor gives me that flexibility as a C# and .NET developer to build on the server, build on the client, or build hybrid applications and stay in there. And you don't have to. You can mix all of these things together, right? So for example, when I go to the .NET website, this .NET website is a bunch of stuff. It is Razor pages. There's some React components. There's a Blazor inside of here. There's everything. And this runs on .NET 6. This is all out of Razor pages. Like I said, there are some React components from other developers that joined and just wanted to put React stuff in there to try it out. When you click on this live TV, this is 100% Blazor WebAssembly running right here, because I wrote it with my buddy John that works on my team, because I'm not a web developer, but I can write C# code, and that's all the technologies blending together. So often it's not this versus that. It's more about, what is your team building? What are you architecting? And what do you want to do?
Hey, James, I have a couple of points. Correct me if I'm making sense. The first point you already pointed out, the stack. Like if the entire team doesn't know JavaScript or TypeScript, they only know C#, they can fall back on Blazor WASM, because the entire stack, the back end and the front end, everything is in C#. That's one point I feel. And other point I feel is we can't tell whether to use technology A versus technology B until unless I go and do a feasibility study of a couple of P0 scenarios, like will it support a hierarchical grid or will it support something else? Pick up something, do a feasibility study, tech study on that, whether this is feasible in this technology, what is the performance, is there any NFR on that, like the grid should come within 2 seconds or 5 seconds, which technology is supporting. I feel that we need to do fail fast and then decide that, okay, I'm using this versus this. Making
I agree with you. I don't think it's this versus that. It's what are you building? What's the most productive for your team? And does it do what you need it to do? Different business requirements, right? I agree. And
even if it is the other one, I thought of to use technology A, but I need to fall back in technology B. There will be learning curve. How fast will be learning curve? Who is the primary key resource who can work on that technology, who can assist rest of the team members?
Yeah. And for Ravi's questions here, I would just point Ravi. I'll put this in our private chat so someone can post it on the YouTube. But I would just point you to just reading this blog post on everything from Richard. This is every single thing that you could possibly want to know when it comes to .NET 6, to be honest with you. It is everything that is in here. It's a big read, but if you want to know the performance, the unification, the enhancements, everything inside of here, you'll want to take a look at this. And when it comes to low code, no code, there are actually huge advancements in using ASP.NET Core as backend for like your Power Apps application as well. And in fact, I use many of them in like my Logic apps and Power Automation as well. So, I mean, in general, there's a lot of nice things happening on the web stack there.
That's one of the session, James.
Yeah,
exactly. Humera Tahur, she's doing a Power Apps and Power Automate, and API I published it in .NET 6. The Professor's API. I published it in my this thing. That's the
Nice.
same topic she's going to talk.
Yeah, so stick around. That's what's up. Yeah.
Thank you so much, James. I think we don't have any other queries. I think
Awesome.
all the queries has been clarified. We really appreciate your time, James, on that to Friday.
Yeah.
Uh, and you gave us a lot of homework, I would say, instead of knowledge.
Hopefully both.
uh,
Hopefully both.
yeah,
So
yeah, yes, exactly.
awesome.
I really appreciate and looking forward to do one more a big event like this. The next maybe Ignite or something, whichever is coming, we can do another big event.
Absolutely. Sounds good. Have a great .NET Conf Local event, and I'll see y'all later. Bye,
Thank you
everyone.
thank you so much, sir. Really
Bye.
appreciate it. Bye.
Absolutely. Cheers.
Have a good weekend. Safe weekend
Thank
too.
you. You too.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey guys, that was a wonderful session by James, and looks like we have a lot of homework to do and go back to school, learn quite a few things from this. That's pretty exciting. I need to try one or two. I would like to welcome our next speaker, Amal Dev, who's a software architect and one of the community leader, and we did quite a few events together. He gave me an opportunity to speak in his event. Amal, to you, Amal. I will be on the backstage. You're on mute, Amal.
Sorry about that, Swami. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Hey, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
All right, Swami. So
Thanks.
thank you for that wonderful introduction. So as Swami said, uh, today in the second session of .NET Conf Local, we are trying to see how we can get started with .NET 6 and app services in Azure. How how many ways you can start creating applications using .NET 6 and how you can deploy that into an Azure App Service using various tools available. So mainly I'm going to focus around web application and Blazor web WASM applications, right? So, but these can be applicable for any other type of applications which are going to be created in .NET 6. I will share the contents which I am going through in my GitHub repository where you can go through all the steps and try that out on your own. So, without any further ado, let's move on to the topics we have here. Let me pull my SharePoint. I am sorry, my PowerPoint. And before I move into the contents, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Amal Dev. I work at KPMG as an architect. I am also a Microsoft MVP in developer technologies since 2016, and I normally blogs about or writes about the things I explore or things I face in my various engagements in my blog called techrepository.in. You can go there and have a take a look at it, and will it will be great help if you can put some comments if it is whatever contents I have there is helpful for you. And also, if you want to contact me, am reach. You can reach me at my Twitter, and my handle is here. So, what are we going to see today? So, these are the 6 things which I am going to show you today. The one for the first, we will start a .NET 6 web application, and we will create the web application using command line tools, and then we will see how you can deploy that application into the Azure portal. Similarly, in the next step, you will see how you can use VS Code for doing the same. Then we will explore GitHub Actions, function apps, Blazor WebAssembly apps, and static website apps. And we will conclude it with containerizing our web application and deploy that to app service. So that's pretty much the slides I have here. I don't have that anything more. We will go straight into the demo. All right. So what are the prerequisites? So for this demo, what are the things I am relying on? So I am relying on the .NET 6 SDK. which is needed for creating your web applications or whatever applications targeting .NET 6 in your local machine. You also need to have .NET CLI. So in some of the examples or some of the demos, I am going to use the command line tools for deploying the applications or for publishing the applications uh, into the Azure portal. For that, you need Azure CLI. So these two are different components. The .NET CLI is used for creating web applications in .NET 6 from your command prompt, and the Azure CLI is used for publishing or deploying your app from your local machine into the Azure portal. Then I am going to use Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio in tandem, and also definitely you will need an Azure subscription, right? So let's go. Let me pull up my Visual Studio. Window here. All right. So the first thing I'm going to do, as I said, I'm going to use the command prompt. So I said I will be using the .NET command line tools, right? The .NET command line tools is available uh, in as the you need to prepend your commands with .NET first. So if you see what is the version I have the current version .NET 6.0.100 as my current version. And if you want to see what all are the SDKs available in my local machine, I can have multiple SDKs that can be installed side by side. And also, if you want to see the runtimes, you can see .NET Rest runtimes. Right, so these all are the runtimes I have in my machine. So what is the difference between an SDK and a runtime? So if you are doing development in your local machine, you will need the SDK. If you are hosting your web application or applications in a particular server, or if you are having a console application and you want to host that or deploy that into a production server, you need only the runtimes. The job of the runtime is to execute that particular program in that particular machine. You don't need all the development tools installed in that machine, right? In the production environments, you need the runtime. So if you are developing it in your local machines, you will definitely need to have the SDKs installed in your machine. All right. So let me go. Okay. So how we can create a web application from your command prompt? So you will use the .NET new command, right? The .NET new command is used for creating a new application based on the templates available in my machine. So how can I identify what all are the options I have in this command, right? You can use the help, and also you can use the .NET new hyphen list command to list all the templates that are available in my machine. So these all are the list of templates I have in my local machine. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a MVC application. So I need to give MVC after new. The usage is like .NET new, and then you need to give the short name. So the syntax will be like usage is new, and you need to provide the options, right? So what I'm going to do is that .NET new MVC. I'm going to create a MVC application, and I'm going to give the name as the name of the project as say CLI app. Okay, so what it will do is that it will start creating the template. It will create the necessary files that are needed for that particular type of project, and then it will definitely restore the list of the packages that are inbuilt added in that particular project, and it will restore those NuGet packages in your machine. So if I say list the contents, you can see that it has created a default scaffolded a default MEC application with controllers model and views folder, and then you have a couple of JSON files and the CS project. So if I list the contents, it will have the contents of the CS project file. You can see that the target framework is 6 and the rest of the other properties which James showed you in the previous session, right? Implicit usings and whether you want to use a nullable behavior by default or not. So how can you run this application locally? You can say .NET or run. So what we'll do is that it is kind of a two-step process. First, it will build the project. It will analyze for any compile time issues, and once the building is completed, it will host the application and it will expose both HTTPS and HTTP endpoints. So if I copy this and put that in your browser, you will see the standard MEC web application template, right? Default page. So now we have a running application in our local file. So what I am now going to do is that I am going to deploy this application straight into Azure from my local machine. Okay. So what I'm going to do for that is, as I said, for that we will use the AZ Azure CLI, right? So I have Azure CLI installed in my machine. So that command is normally used by starts with AZ. So you can give this dash dash help to get all the supported commands, right, available in your machine. Now see, first time if you're installing the SDK for the first or the CLI tool for the first time and trying to use it, the first thing you need to do is you need to log into the Azure portal. For that you need to give AZ login and it will take you to the Azure portal and you can select your subscription. Since I have already signed into my account, it already authenticated me, and now since the authentication and authorization is completed, you can simply close this window. And if you head back to your Azure portal or Azure CLI command prompt, you will see that it has successfully authorized me. It will list all the tenants I have and the subscriptions I have here. So these all are, I have multiple subscriptions in my Azure subscription. So right, my Azure account. So what I am going to do is that I am going to set a default subscription for me, so that whenever I try to use various Azure CLI commands, it will create my resources in that particular subscription only. I don't want to provide the subscription each and every time. All right. So let's, for the sake of the time, let me take the here. So what I'm going to do is that AZ account set, and we will provide the parameters hyphen subscription. And so I'm going to use Visual Studio Enterprise subscription. So this is my ID. Okay, so there it goes. And now, since I have already logged in, I have set the subscription. What I'm going to do is here, I'm going to set up I'm going to upload or deploy my web application directly into the Azure portal. So what I'm doing here, right? The first thing is I am going to say, let me here and we will update it, right? So I hope, let me increase the size. Okay. So here what I am going to do is that AZ web app. So web app is the type of the resource I am going to deal with. I am going to deploy that as an app service, and app means you need to deploy that application into the portal. So here I need to provide some commands. What all are those commands? I am going to provide a resource group. So which resource group, under which resource group I need to deploy this application or create the resources in the Azure portal. This is the resource group, and what should be the name of the web application, and where, in which region it should be configured in Azure, in which data center it needs to be installed, and what is the runtime I need to use. As I am saying that since I am going to create using .6, this is the runtime you need to use, and I need to specify a SKU. The SKU is nothing but your pricing price. So depending upon your application, you can have multiple SKUs, right? If you are doing it for demo purposes, there is a free plan. Then there are various types of plans available in Azure. Depending upon your usage, you can choose the appropriate one. So each of one will be having different configurations. Say it will have X amount of memory, it will have X amount of storage, and it will cost you X amount of dollars or Indian rupees. And the last key is nothing but once the deployment is completed, I'm saying that hey, you need to open this page in the browser. So a couple of things you want to note here is that suppose what if there is no resource group available there, right? What this command can do is that it will automatically create the application, or it will automatically create the resource group if it's not there, and then it will automatically create your app services plan also, right? So even if these resources are not there, it will create that automatically. So for the sake of the demo, I have a resource group already there. So what I will do is that I will uh, use the existing one so that it will save some time for me. All right. So let me take these commands and go back to Studio. Take this out. Okay. So I have put an enter. So it will see that the web application is not there. So you will need an app service plan for your app service. So since I haven't specified anything in my command, it will create the app service plan first, and then it will create the web application. Since the resource group is already there, it is not going to create a brand new resource group. It will use the existing resource group. So this is happening right from my local machine. It is directly interacting with your Azure portal and deploying or provisioning the resources there based on the command you gave here. All right, so this may take a little bit of time. So we'll go directly to our resource groups here in my portal. Resource group. You can see here the plan is already created. All right, so it is moving ahead. It created all the necessary resources. Then it zipped all my contents for my web application into a zip file, and it is deploying that zip file from my local machine into the Azure portal. It's if I see that the application is already created, the web app is here, and now we have our application running in Azure. You can see here, right? This is the name of my web application, which I gave while provisioning the resources using AZ web app command. This is the parameter. This is the value of the parameter I gave for the name parameter, and based on that, it created the necessary resources in my portal, and then created the launched my browser and open up the URL, right? So it created the app service plan, it created the web app, right? So that's our first step. Now what I'm going to show you is, right, I'm going to do that the same from the Visual Studio Code itself. Okay, so what you need to do with Visual Studio Code. So Visual Studio Code, in Visual Studio Code, if you want to get started in deploying Azure resources directly from your Visual Studio Code, you need to have some extensions installed in your machine. So there is a Azure App Service extension available for Visual Studio from Microsoft, Visual Studio Code from Microsoft, which you can use in Visual Studio Code to provision these resources directly in code. Right? What I'm going to do now is so I have already installed this in my machine. So if you here go to the extensions, you can see that I have multiple extensions for various resources are available in my Visual Studio Code. So the one is here, app service. Okay, so I'm going to make use of the. Oh, so what again I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a brand new web application. I'm say 02002.NET new. So let me try another one. So we tried MVC, right? Now we will have a empty application. Okay. So for that, I will give the option as .NET new web name yes code app. Okay. What I will do right now here is that I will go and open up that folder. Copy this from here. That will be easy. All right. Let me open the select folder. Okay, I will bring up the terminal. .NET. Similarly, you will see it will perform the same operations which we saw in our first demo. Now it will go here. If I go, you will get the it's simply just saying hello world outputting to my program, right? So now we will see how you can deploy that from your web application or from your Visual Studio Code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring up the command window. So you can either go to view command palette or you can press Control Shift P. It will give you the command palette, and from where you can simply type create new web app. You will get two options. One is the simple vanilla template, just plainly says create new web app, and another one is create new web app with advanced option. So in the advanced option, you will have much more control about the resources that are going to be created. So I'm going to use the advanced option here, right? First it will ask you to select a subscription. I will select a subscription. I will now need to give a name for my I will give a name, press enter. Now the next prompt I have the option to create a resource group, create a brand new resource group, or use a existing one, right? So I'm going to select the existing one here, which I created earlier. Now you will have the option to choose the runtime, right? There is a lot of options there. If you are targeting .NET, then .NET 5 is there, 6 is there, Core 3.1 is there, the old .NET framework is there, Node.js is there, Python, PHP, Ruby, you name it, it will be there. So again, our focus is on .NET 6. I'm going to choose .NET 6, and what is the OS you want to target? What this means, in what kind of operating system you want to deploy this app in app service. So when you say I am going to deploy that in your app service, what it is doing is that it is the Azure portal is abstracting you from the underlying hardware and the operating system things, right? It is providing you a platform where you can deploy the app into that particular subscription or particular portal. So here Azure App Services supports both Windows-based app service plan as well as the Linux-based app service plan. So I'm going to choose Linux here, right? And again, I need to select a region where I need to host this app. Again, I choose a sender from here, and since I don't have a app service plan for Linux, I need to create a new app service plan. If I have something already existing there, it should have listed here, but it is not there. So I'll go create the app service plan for my Linux. So see, this is the name of my app service plan, and what kind of pricing plans you want. As I said, these are the different SKU options you have available in Azure portal. If you want to use something for demo purpose, as I said, you can use the free option. And as when you move from free to the advanced options, right, the number of processor cores available to you, the memory available for you, the storage available for you varies, right? And also based on that, your pricing also varies. So I'm going to choose free here for the time being, and I don't want to configure app insights. App insights is like the telemetry resource available in your in the Azure portal for monitoring your web application. So again, I'm not using that. I am going to skip, and you will immediately see that it is start creating the application in Azure portal. So if you go here and select Azure App Service, you will see the list of steps it is doing. Once it collected all the information, it is similar to what you have seen in the CLI command where I provided all these options as parameters, right? Instead, you will get a nice little prompt in Visual Studio Code where you can key the information, or you again, unlike the CLI tool where you are running blind, otherwise you are going and searching whether these particular things are available or not. In the Visual Studio Code extension, you will get those things in a nice presentable manner. So it created the necessary resources. Now whether it is asking whether you need to deploy my application, right? So I can go and deploy. So what is the project I want to deploy? It will show up here. I'll select the project. This is the config that is created by Visual Studio Code, and it started deploying my application into the portal right inside Visual Studio Code. Right. So if you head back to the portal, you can see the app service plan is created here, and our application is right here, right? So let's see in code. Okay, so that it has now completed the deployment. If you can go ahead directly browse the website, it will simply say hello world here. So there will be a little bit of cold start time because our application, we are using the application for the first time, right? So there will be a little bit of cold start. So in the meantime, let's see, let's make some changes here, right? So I'll go here, hello world. I will say copy that code from here. Okay, let me let's get the underlying framework description from your application. Right. So if you here, we go back here, 7081. Okay, so our application is running from RTM, this RTM version of the file in my local machine. So let's see how we can deploy this change again to app service from Visual Studio Code. I'll go. Then now I will say deploy to web app. So I need to deploy the changes to the web app, right? From directly from Visual Studio Code. Go here, deploy, select the not this one. Sorry about that. Deploy web app. I'll see the selection. I will select the app service, right? So this we already deployed. I'm now going to redeploy the application, reapply the changes into the already deployed application. It will start the deployment again. So there is no need for creating all the resources. It's everything is there. We need to apply the latest changes into the application deployed in the portal, right? Meantime, complete. Close all those windows. You see the status. Yeah, deployment is completed. Right, you can see now when the web application is running from Azure portal, it's also using the same RTM because we chose .NET 6 as the runtime stack which is needed for deploying our application in the app service portal, right? So if you go here and look at your app service, you will see that your app service plan, right? Your app service plan is now the free plan, and if you want to change the plans depending upon on you can do that. I'm not going to uh, do that, and almost because that is not in the context of this session, right? Now, so the other thing I want to show you is around GitHub Actions, right? Right now, up until these two demos, what we are doing is that we were creating web applications normal in our local machine. I am building that, checking that whether it is particular running in local. Then I am directly pushing that into my Azure App Service portal using the command line tools or the app service extensions I have in my Visual Studio. I am manually deploying that applications into my Visual Studio, right? So right now, what I'm going to do is that I am going to leverage the GitHub Actions functionality, which will do the automatic CI/CD for. Okay, so I will going to in the next demo. We will be focusing on that. So what I'm going to do here is that let me create a empty repository. Here, create a repository. DLF 2020. Okay, Techno. Visual Studio. Right. All right. So now I will go to my command prompt. Okay, so I have created my. What I'm going to do is that I'm not going to create any new application. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to reuse this already existing file. Okay, so I have this my application here. Let me open that. All right, so let me run. You will see the same output in this time here. Now what I am going to do from my prompt is like, okay, looks like, let me take that out from there because it's already in the repository. minute. So I have all the changes in my repository. If I go back to my try to give me a second. Okay, so let the repository be there. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to the portal. Okay, I'm going to the portal. I'm going to my resource group here. I'm going to say I'm going to create a app service now. So app service. Okay, this is thing is going to app service create. I have to say like one which is already there. I'll see GHA app 2021. Okay, I'm saying the code .NET 6 runtime. I'm going to use the Windows. So if you remember, right, when I show you the demo for app service using the app service extensions, these were the similar prompts I were getting, right? If you are going to create inside the portal, it will ask you for the same kind of information. So here I can choose. Okay, so this is Windows client. Okay, so when I select the standard plan, I will get 100 computing unit and 1.5 gigabytes of memory. So if you want to select, choose a different one, you will get these kind of options, right? So for dev test, there are minimal shared infrastructure. For production, there is isolated high-end configuration. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to choose a premium plan here, P1, B2, which I will get around 210 compute units and 3.5 gigabytes of memory. So you can see it will cost me around 4,000 rupees per month. And as I move from one configuration to a higher configuration, you can see the pricing also increases. Now, in the next tab, what I'm going to see here, I am going to enable continuous continuous deployment. So here I am going to hook up my GitHub account. So I have already changed, I already added my account into the subscription. So it is there by default. If you want to change to a different account, you can do that. If nothing is configured, you will get a additional button, get a button saying that add account here. So from
Hey,
here,
Amal.
yeah, yes,
Hey,
one.
sorry. Do you need some more time?
Uh,
10 minutes or
maybe
5 minutes?
no, no, yeah, I can wrap by in 10 minutes.
Cool, cool. Please take your time because I'll inform Humera that ask her to wait for 5 to 10 minutes so that she'll
Yeah,
be mentally prepared that she need to wait. Thanks, Amal. I'll
fine.
be going back. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I'll select my repository and I can select a branch. So let's see. What is the branch we have? It is main or master. Main. That's main. Repository. Back and select the main branch. Okay, so it will create a GitHub workflow actions file. What you can see here, right? What it steps it is going to do in it will automatically create an actions file with all these commands and will check that in your repository. So it will go, say review and create. In the meantime, while it creates, let's go back to our repository. Create. I'll go back to my code here. Let's wait for it to complete. Is it going? It's in progress. Let's see. All right, let's give some more time. All right, so it looks like it created. All right, so in the meantime, so I since it is taking too much time, let's move on to our next demo. I will come back into that particular demo once that particular operation is completed, right? So what we were seeing up until now was we were creating web applications and we're deploying into the portal, right? That was one kind of app service available in Visual Studio in Azure, right? Another kind of app service is called function app. It also relies on the app services internally. What's the difference between a function app and an app service is that app service, even though it abstracts the underlying operating system hardware and the web servers, the function app or the function app service goes one step ahead and it helps you to implement your serverless functions, right? You are worried only about the functionality. You are not worried about the underlying IaaS, or you are not worried about the rest of the things that may comes along with the creation of a web application. So right now, what I have here is I have created here a simple function app in Visual Studio, and which is nothing but it is an HTTP trigger based function app. What it gives you it gives you a HTTP endpoint which supports get and post methods, and it will return a response back to your calling method. What I'm going to do is that from Visual Studio we will see how you can deploy that particular function app straight into your portal. So what you can do here, right click on your function app, select publish, right? So I have already here a I have already created a profile, published profile for my application. So what it gives you is like uh, what is the subscription, what is the resource group I need to select, what is the name of the resource group, right? All these things can be configured in Visual Studio itself, right? So how you can do is that you can click new, you can select the options called Azure, right? So from here, what type of app service you want to choose? I want to say function app. I will select the subscription. I will select the resource group. As I said, there is already a resource group. I will select the already existing function app, right? So if it is not the case, you can always create a new function. All the options will be there. You can, since I have already created that for the sake of the demo purpose, I am going to redeploy that application. Okay, go to next, and I'm going to simply publish. I'm not going to have any CI/CD here. And simply publish that application. So here, say publish. It will start publishing your Azure function app to the Azure portal right from Visual Studio itself. Okay, so it will start publishing there. So let me go back to our earlier one. Let it the function app being published there. If I refresh my repository, you will see that it will automatically added a workflow, and it has all the necessary functions or necessary YAML statements there. And if I go to the actions, it says that nothing is there, right? It failed because there is nothing, right? So what I'm going to do here is I'll go to Visual Studio Code. I will publish my application, right? Let me publish it. Okay, and click on sync changes. Okay, you can immediately see that it started doing the building of your application, right? The automatic CI/CD process has kickstarted. So immediately when you what you say in push the changes into your remote repository, the GitHub Actions kickstarted the deployment process. It will automatically build and it will then deploy that application into your app service. All right, so we have the starting process. So it will go through. So it the build process. Let's let it be there. And the one last thing I want to show you is around how you can deploy a static web application, deploy a static web application or a static website. This is another part of app service which you can create in the portal. We saw app service, we saw function apps, and there is another thing called app service, right? App service is not app service, static web apps, right? Static web app is like when you have a simple HTML page or a simple single page applications, right? You don't need to have the full functionality of a C# kind of a web application, right? The rest, the some components are not needed only for serving the static pages or the single page applications. You need only the capability of serving HTML pages, right? So there is another app service called Static Web Apps available in Visual Studio, in Azure App Service, which we can leverage to deploy a Blazor WASM assembly. So what I'm going to do here is that no, next I will quickly go through it. So I'm going to say Blazor WASM, right? So I say .NET Blazor WASM, and it will create a necessary Blazor project, right? So what I have here is that file already. Let me show you. Okay. So this is your Blazor app. There is your index page. So if you run this, what I'm doing here in this particular project is, right, I'm interacting. I am invoking my function app, right? I am just simply calling the function app, right, which I deployed earlier. If I go to this the function app, right, this function app just simply returns a message saying that this particular function executed in a runtime environment. I am calling that function and I am showing that output in my Blazor app. So if I go here, it will show that this particular function app executed successfully, right? So how I configured that is, here you have the static web apps. From here you have the option to create a static web app. Here you can select the subscription, you can select the resource group. Let me see what I did here. So if I go here, I have created that web app service, and if I go to the environments, what it normally creates is that it creates a deployment slots automatically, and also uh, creates the necessary GitHub Actions project. So what it does is that it will, when you create the app service, right, you need to, similarly to the app service, when you set up the automatic CI/CD with GitHub, when the static app also, you will need to do that. You can set that up with your GitHub repository. It will create the necessary GitHub action plans, and based on that it will do the deployments automatically. So if I go to that particular repository here, so again, for sake of the time, I'm rushing, I'm not going to create all those things. This is the YAML file it automatically created. So here you can see that I have specified the app location. This is where my source of that particular file in that particular repository resides. So assume that you have a repository where you have API, you have app service or the web app in different folders in the same repository. You can specify the locations in your YAML file. Based on that, it will perform the deployment. So here you can see, right, it will do automatically do a build and deployment process. So it internally it uses containers and all those stuff to build the application and deploy that to your app services portal. So with that, I am done with my demos. The last thing is that you can have uh, containers also. So what you can do is that when you create an app service, right? As I said, you have the option to choose whether you should publish that into as a your publish your code or into a Docker container, right? Into your Docker container, you can select the region, uh, what type of what type of uh, underlying OS you should need, and let me show you the next page also. Okay, subscription is different.
Hello, Humera, are you able to hear me?
Hi, yes.
Yeah. Hey, Amal, are you done? Your screen is a little bit like a frozen. Looks like some technical issues. I'm not able to. Yeah, I think now you're visible. You're visible, Amal. So anything else, Amal?
Hey, Swami, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, yeah. Now I'm able to hear you. Yeah, yeah. It's okay. So anything else, Amal, from your side? It was really wonderful session. The only thing is, I was seeing that a lot of variations to. You covered all those things: static apps, web apps, containers, and containerization inside web apps, the code, and Azure Function app with the latest Func.NET Func Core 4.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Yeah, please go ahead.
So I lost connection in between.
Yeah.
So
Mm.
that's why I was not able to show the app service. So I know I rushed a little bit at the end because the resources were not taking time to create. So what I will do
Yeah.
is that I will in my repository I will put that readme file which
Mhm.
have all the steps necessary needed, and I will share that with you so that you can share across the participants.
Yeah, you can put it in the private chat. Ashirwad
Yeah,
will flash it on the screen.
yeah.
Okay. So looks like we don't have any queries except Ramachandran was trying to uh, mm, Ramachandran was trying to ask us to zoom in your font a little bit, but I forgot to mention that. I'm sorry, Ramchandran. I realized little late that you posted it twice. Really apologies for that, and I really appreciate Amal for your time and
Yeah,
speaking through
and I
all these things.
apologies for running it over. Apologies to Humera also. Uh, all right,
No
thanks,
problem.
Swami, for
That's
it
okay.
was nice having.
Yep.
Thank you,
Thank you so much, Amal.
Swami.
You can post your GitHub URL. We'll flash it there. Thanks.
Sure, sure.
Okay. Yep. Let me welcome our next speaker, Humaira Tahor. We both work at Applied Information Sciences AIS. And Humaira, to you. You can start sharing your screen and go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. So, I'm Humera, and I'm a developer for Power Platform and .NET, and I work at AIS. So you might have wondered, like, why is Power Platform in this conference? What is it doing? So today I'm going to be speaking for my session on consuming the REST API using the HTTP connector of Power Automate Flow from Power Virtual Agents. First off, .NET developers, Power Platform is your friend, okay? So you can use it to enhance your web applications, and you just need to broaden your horizon, and then you see just how Power Platform brings more power to your applications. So let's get a background of what Power Platform actually is. So other than the low code environment that we get from Power Platform, it's more about how much of the noise that Power Platform gets rid of in the whole web application development process. So Power Platform has four key products: the Power Apps, Power Automate, Power BI, Power Virtual Agents, and all of these can be used with a .NET uh, environment. And it provides three features, which is the data connectors, AI Builder, and Common Data Service. So Power BI is mostly for business analytics. It helps us incorporate the tools available to make good dashboards and reports. And Power Apps is for our custom-made app development, uh, very fast and very efficient, easy way. And Power Automate is for building workflows and automating workflows. And virtual agents, yeah, we'll be working more on virtual agents and automate in my session. So Power Virtual Agents is it's a very low code platform, and with the help of a chat based user interface and creating these chatbots with literally no code graphical interface, which you'll be seeing. And today we'll be creating a virtual agent which consumes a REST API, and we will be using Power Automate to call few actions into our Power Virtual Agents, our chatbot, and we'll see how it converses with us. So these are some benefits of Power Virtual Agents. First thing, it's very easy to create. It's a very guided and no code graphical interface. You don't need any data engineers or data scientists. No expertise needed for this, and it's a very low operational cost. And you also get to check your customer satisfaction and loyalty by the analytics that the platform provides. And you can also monitor your performance and look into your insights regularly, and also test it with your team. You will be seeing, I'll be introducing you to the interface and how to work with it. And let's me take you to this slide. So yeah, this is how the flow will be going. Let me quickly move. So this is the homepage of the Power Virtual Agents. So when we can create with our tenant ID, we can create a bot, and each bot has to have an environment and a data center. In my case, I have created it not in the default one, and you can see the details. This is the details that you enter at the time of the creation of this bot. I have named it Professor Finder. Uh, and on the left side navigation, you have all these tabs. So I'll take you through what each of these does. These topics are related with on this is what deals with the conversation. There are some system defined topics like these lessons, which are already predefined, and you can create new topics and define them based on some trigger phases that the user will input, but which will trigger this whole conversation in the background. The trigger phases are basically they will be processing this natural language, and they will be following whatever the steps we make in the canvas of this topic. And I have created two topics, Professor List and Professor Details. I'll be getting into that in some time. Entities are nothing but you can use these entities to create variables which Power Virtual Agents can use within these topics. Analytics gives you an idea of the summary and uh, all the number of the engagement rate. It basically gives you a report, a data insight for how your bot is working, its performance. This publish is used to publish your bot on your website, or when we configure a channel where this bot can be used. When you move to this manage section, you have this details tab which we were on before. This consists of the details you want. If you want to configure some authentication for your bot, then these details will help you with the environment ID and so forth. In the security, you can share with different users and collaborate with them. You can use authentication using Azure AD and OAuth service, and you can also give some these options are also present. When you go to channels, you can configure these bots to interact with your customers on all these channels that are available here. So one cool thing what I like is these people have introduced this demo website. So here you can test this bot with your team members. So we will be testing this bot soon, but before that I will take you through the topics that I have created. So earlier, if you have caught on to what Swami was telling, he has deployed this API. You can check it out on his GitHub. He has made this .NET 6 web API, and I'm going to be consuming this REST API. So basically, this is a professor's API, consists of a list of professors and their professor details like name, date of joining, the subject they teach, salary, if they're a PhD or not, ratings to, and the students associated with the professor. So we got 3 records in here. So I'll take you through my first topic. So this is the setup I have made for this. I have given it as professor details. This is going to basically give me the details of a professor. You will see what I am trying to do here. So when we want this bot to interact, where we can suppose test the bot here, right? So we want to enter some message, and this bot has to pick up that word and understand which topic are we going to direct it to track it to. So these are a list of uh, topics uh, which are defined by the system. For example, let me take you to the greeting topic. These are some trigger phrases that trigger this topic. That is, suppose good afternoon or good morning, any of these. And then these are the series of actions that will lead the conversation that has been triggered, as you can see. So likewise, we have so many other topics available to escalate a conversation, end a conversation, a goodbye, a thank you, and so forth. So going back to my bad, professor details. So here, these are some trigger phases which have entered, like professor details. So we will be testing this out. Let's move to the authoring canvas. Here is where we create those whole topic flow, how the conversation flows. These are the nodes which connect the conversation from one to next part, what we want the conversation to go like. So when the user enter any of these trigger phrases, it asks the question, enter the full name of the professor whose details you want to view. So I have designed this topic in a way that whatever the user responds to this question, I'm saving it in a bot variable. So a bot variable is nothing but it some saves the user's response. Either it is entire response, age, boolean, or any of these entities, or it can be even multiple choice option. It saves this as I have saved it with this name, where professor to find. And you can also set the usage of the variable to topic scope or to a scope where any topic can access this variable. So after I have saved that variable, I am going to call a connection. Now, you might be confused what's happening. So whenever we want to add a node to the conversation, we click on the add, and we have 5 options actually. In the beginning it shows only one, so ask a question. So it pops me something like this, and where I can type in the question and identify the response and save it into a variable. Or call an action. When I call an action, it directs me to Power Automate whatever the flows that are related to this bot. So I can create a flow. As you can see, I have 2 flows created already. Or I can also redirect this conversation to another topic in case I want this to fall back on some other topic. So I can do it for that purpose. So moving to my action, I am going to call the Professor Finder Details flow. I'm going to give this flow the input, what variable we are saving, the user response for the name of the professor, and that flow is giving me a response. This response contains the details of that professor. And I am just placing a condition over here. That was the 5th one I was talking about, add a condition. We can add a condition and we can add as many amount of conditions as we want. So in case my response does not have any value, in the scenario that maybe there is no professor existing in that API with with the name given, so I'm just displaying this message. Otherwise, I am printing the response in the message, and I'm just prompting a question if the user wishes to try again. And here I have selected the response as Boolean, and what it basically does over here is it automatically extracts the response into a Boolean value, whether it's positive or negative. And if it is true, it starts over this topic. Otherwise, it leads to end conversation. Basically, we are redirecting it to another topic here, which is the start over topic, and here I'm redirecting it to the end topic. In case you want to go through this, so start over. It prompts as a question, do you want to start over? And it'll start over again the topic which I had created earlier. So let's test this out. Let me just enter search professor. Enter the full name. So I'm just gonna pick up a name, Shivasai. As you can see, it's tracking through the conversation between the topics if you switch this toggle on. So it goes into the flow and it's trying to pick up a response. I've just given this name Shivasai. Oh yeah, so we have the response, the professor details like name, ID, and all. So I have formatted this response to look as a table form, and how I did that, we'll be seeing that in how I created the flow. So let me take you to the next topic, which was professor list. So what I'm trying to do in this topic is to retrieve the whole list of professors. So these are some key phrases which I've entered as triggers. So upon entering any of these, I will be redirected to this topic. Some 2 cool features that are present in Power Virtual Agent is it's able to do slot filling, proactive slot filling. In case I do not enter this whole trigger phase as a whole, if I just say list, it will ask me, are you trying to say a list of professors? I will show you that as I'm after I test this one. And there's another thing, it has its smart matches. So I will show you how all of that is done. And okay, so I'm first printing a message. Let me get you a list of professors along with the subject that they teach. And I'm going to make a call action to call to a flow, professor finder, get list flow. And whatever the response, I'm just directly adding it in the message. And that's end of conversation. Let's test this out. Let me restart this bot. Okay. So you see that it has picked up automatically that list is hinting to the list of professors, and I've got the 3 professors and the subject. So for example, I select yes. So it has moved me to this confirmed success topic, and it's asking me for a rating. Let me give that a 5-star. Yes. Okay. Let me say I say professor. Okay. It takes me back. Let me just give my name because I know I'm not there in that list. So because there was no response from the automate, it has redirected to this message. So let's get into what these flows are doing. So my first flow is to get the details of the professor. So whenever you want to call any flow, you can directly create the flow from here itself, or you can follow it through the template. So I have created it. In the beginning, I am taking an input professor to find, and this input is being picked up over here automatically. In case I don't give this drop down suggests me that this is the input I need to pick up. So this is the input that I'm taking, the name of the professor, and I'm creating a variable, a string variable with the name professor details. I'm not adding any initial value to it. Then I'm going to be using the HTTP method, get method. So this connector, I'm going to be just pasting the URI over here of this API. And this pass JSON step basically helps us to pass this response. So I have added this dynamically. You can see there is a dynamic content that shows up from what we get from each step. So this one which I have selected is this one. And the schema that I've given, there's an option to generate from sample over here. So, and you can give up this as a sample payload, and it will generate the sample schema. And for each, since it's an array form, so for it automatically runs like a for each loop here. So for each of the name, professor name in the body, for each item, if the name is equal, I'm going to be picking up the details of that professor only. I'm basically going to be appending all the details to this variable that I created. So when I'm using the append to string variable method, I'm basically appending that details to that variable. See, it's so easy to work with automate. And what I'm giving over here is a Power Virtual Agents supports Markdown language. So I'm trying to format my response in a Markdown style formatted table. So I have given this, as you can see, and I've dynamically added all the name, professor ID this way. And this will be appending only if the name matches to the name entered in the input over here in the first step. And I want to be able to give back to the agent, Power Virtual Agent, this variable. So I'm going to return that value in a response output, which is being picked up here. All right. And coming to the next flow, which was the get list flow, it works in the similar fashion. Sorry. Again, Professor details list. Okay. Right. So I'm not taking any input over here, as you can see. So I'm not initiating any input from the virtual agent. Now I will initialize another variable, string variable, but here I'm giving the format in the initial value itself, and I'm calling the same method. It's just that I am going to be using the output in a different way. Here's my response. This step is same as before. And when I'm going to be applying to each of the body, each of the professor list, I'm going to be just appending. It will like a for each loop run from each item in the array, and it will add in over here the name and the subject it teaches, he or she teaches. And I'm returning this string array back as prof list response, which is being picked up here. So what you guys have learned is also that since Power Virtual Agents supports Markdown language, so you are able to uh, format it into a table over here and over here. So there are more cool things that you can do with this, like you can format lists, tables, you can even format some images and display them in the bot. So there are some cool activities that you can look forward to trying out. Now that you know what these two topics do, we can create more topics, maybe to retrieve a list of students or something. But I will go forward to show you how I can test this bot and invite other team members that I might be working with to try out this bot. So when you click on this demo website, it sets up a few fields like welcome message and conversation starters. And here is the link to your demo website. Let us check out that. Okay, so this was the message I had set. Hello friends, test our new bot Professor Finder. Here are some things that you can start your bot with. So let me just test out a system defined topic. Hello. Hi, I'm a virtual agent. I can help with account questions, etc. Let me just click search professor, enter the full details of the professor. I'm going to give Matthew Phillips. Okay, so here I have all the details related to this professor. No. Oh, yes. Okay, let me test out professor list. See, so I have the desired response over here. Another cool thing that you can do is you can also publish this bot on your custom website by just simply embedding this code snippet into your HTML file. So you can try that on as you create, and every time you create more topics and test out your bot, you have to publish that bot to the demo website before trying to test it. After you publish, you can try to test it. So you have to make sure that you publish it, or else you won't be able to see your changes. So, folks, yeah, that's it for my session. Hope you enjoyed. If there are any comments, please let me know. Are you speaking, Swami? I think you're on mute.
I'm really sorry for that. I was speaking on mute. The session was wonderful, and now that seeing this session, I feel that knowing one technology and at least to have a decent idea about the other technology will help us integrate and get benefited out of both the worlds. Okay, so
Exactly.
yeah.
And you, like we can use a Power Platform to integrate Power BI reports in our ASP.NET MVC. We can try to use plugins from Dataverse. We can use not full-fledgedly component development, but we can use it to enhance our .NET Web APIs and other modern apps. So it's
Oh,
something that we should look forward to.
seriously, we will have to speak more on this integration between the low code and the .NET framework, maybe APIs or whatever it comes. We will definitely do, and I think we will have a 15 minutes break. Ashirwad, could you please? This was one query was talking about the power tools and the logic app, Anup, and I mean, is there a relationship between Logic App and the Power Tools? I feel this is pretty much a generic question, and I'm trying to I'll try to do uh, justice to my answer. But see, Logic App is coming from the Azure side. I think we can use the flow whatever we designed in the Logic App in the Power Tools also, isn't it? I think so. I read about that in
Yes,
some article.
we can work on logic apps with Automate as well, but it's
Yeah,
not the same thing.
yeah. They in Power Tools in the tool set of the Power Apps we have the flows where you can design your flows there. But I think there's something we can export from
Yes,
uh,
yes,
Power Apps and integrate it in Azure. We can do that also, isn't it?
right.
Yeah, when I was working on my certification, I had to learn all these things, even though I don't know anything about it. But I had to do it for my this one. So you can create the flow in Power Apps. Yeah, if you want to add anything, you can go ahead and add. Humera.
Yeah, I was just saying that we can
Hmm.
use that for both Power Apps as well as Power Automate, and it's really there are a lot of connectors available. More than 256 to 300, more than that connectors available, so you can
Yeah,
use that.
now I think
I
270 or
didn't pick up
300.
what exactly Power Tool means, but I guess what mean to say
Maybe
is
he's
Power
asking about the
Platform.
power apps. Yep, exactly. I'm also assuming that one because if he specifically says that what is the difference between the flow in power apps and logic app, it could be. But I think both are like brothers. We can use create a flow here, export it, and import it there in the Azure and use it.
Yes, there are
Hmm?
more than 256 and more than 300 connectors in Power Platform, where you can make use connectors to move data and so forth. And this is basically more convenience and easier for integration purpose. And you can use many methods on that. So
Right. I think we
I will
have.
leave a link on that.
Yeah, you can. I think Anup, think we have answered it. Ashirwad, is there a way that we can switch on a timer for 15 minutes break?
Yes, Swami.
Uh, uh, Do you have a link or do you post that picture here? So we'll take
Sure,
a
doing
quick.
it.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. We can take a 15 minutes break. I think we started early in the morning. I'm sure people need some breakfast and chai or tea and snacks. Let's give them a 15 minutes break and then we'll start with Jagadish topic.
Sure, Swami. The poster is there, so we'll be
Hmm.
back in 15 minutes. I'll be just showing a banner so that everyone stays updated. We'll be
Right.
resuming at 11:45 a.m. Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Perfect.
Hello. Hey guys, welcome back and thank you so much for joining on Saturday. We have completed three sessions. We started with James and then Amal and Humera. She spoke, and we took a tea break. And the next part of the day will be having two sessions. One will be Jagadish, and the next one is Jagriti Modi. They will speak two sessions, and then we'll have a 45 minutes tea, lunch break, so we can grab something and finish off our lunch. And after having the lunch, there are other three sessions: minimal APIs by Suhas, and full stack uh, apps with Blazor WASM, and Azure Static Apps by Pandian. And the last 15-minute session, I have very small topic because these folks have already covered. They didn't leave any topic to me, so I'm just taking a Blazor WASM app and containerizing it and deploying. That's the only thing they left, and they didn't leave me any option to speak anything. So these folks are covering everything. So it's pretty much interesting, and we have a raffles. We can have a quick ask me anything or a speaker session, and then we can have a raffles. So we have two raffles, and one raffle is from the tech platform. We'll have two T-shirts. We'll ship it. It might take some time, but we will ship it. If it is within India, it will reach faster, and if it is outside India, it might take some time. And the other raffle is from JetBrains. They are giving one ID personal subscription for 1 year. So those are the three raffles which are going to come. And let me welcome Jagadish. Jagadish is also my colleague. And Humera, Jagadish, Jagriti, and I, we all work at Applied Information Sciences. Sometimes I feel that we are doing an office meeting online. Okay. So, but that's not. Back to you, Jagdish. I'll be on the backstage, but please give me a shout if you need anything. Okay.
Sure, sure.
You can
Thanks,
start.
Swami.
You can start sharing your screen. All the very best.
Yeah, thank you so much. Hi guys, thanks for joining this session. So myself Jagdish. I have overall 10 years of experience. Like I work for AS as a module lead. So this today's sessions we'll talk about integrating B2C authentication with the Blazor app. So before starting into it, so first we understand what is the importance of authentication and authorizations. So how we can secure our applications, a web face front end application, and we talk about the B2C, what is B2C. And so we'll start doing the session on like so creating a B2C tenant, so integrating with the Blazor WASM app. So so firstly, for securing any application like so unauthorized access to our application to save your data and all those things, we need a proper logging mechanism for the front facing web application. Most of the websites and all those things will have a proper logging mechanism, so where people can enter this credentials, and so after so proper valid credentials people will enter into the application and access the data based on the roles and so they have. So the similar way, so this is what authentication and authorization means. So for example, for authentication, so when a user is there, so user enters a valid username and password. So it check against its identity source like the database and all those things. So where so it will validate the username and password. So if it matches, so then it will give it will he will become an authorized person. So like authentication. So then he will have access to the application. So if it is like the wrong username and password, he will not be allowed to access the application. So authorization. So your username and password, right? So you enter to the applications, and inside that, so you will have a special roles to access the data of the application. For example, so you are the user, so you successfully logged into with the credentials you entered. and you are just an editor and you are not an admin. So where admin can have access to multiple things, and they can like update, delete, and they can manage the other users too. So but you are not into it, you are only the editor, so you only have the limited privileges, so where the editor will have. So authorization is a check, so where it will check the role so of the specific thing, so whether you are authorized person to edit or you are just admin. So based on that it will do a check, so and it will restrict your access to it. So and this Azure BTC is built on top of like OpenApp, OpenID and OAuth standards. Like it will also do the same thing like authentication and authorization. So with a valid username and password, so you will enter into the application with the proper roles and access. So you'll be authorized to do a specific action on once you log into the web application. So so we'll talk about this Azure B2C. So it is similar to Azure Active Directory we see in this Azure. So, but the purpose of this is a bit different. So it is business to consumer people. Like anybody can come into this application and can access to it and can do be a part of the system. For example, like just a second. Consider this twitter.com, so twitter.com, so where you have an option like you can sign up with the Google, you can sign up with the Apple ID, or you can do a sign up with a phone or email. So anybody can enter into this system, so either they can use the Google, because Twitter mostly used in our mobile application, so Android and iOS. So they're giving this two things, the identity providers, so you can use the same login, like it also providing the single sign-on thing. So for you also, instead you create a new login thing and you remember multiple passwords and usernames, it would be simpler for you. And the Twitter rely on the Google and the Apple, the similar way the B2C works, the same functionality, the same thing. So consider banking application. So banking application, anybody cannot enter into the banking application because he will not have an user ID and password. So only once you open a proper account, so they will provide you the username and details, then you will be able to log into that particular banking application. That is the actual difference between like I, the purpose of B2C and Azure Active Directory. Azure Active Directory is mostly for a specific set of users. Once they know your details and they will create your account like a banking thing. So Azure Active Directory. Whereas a B2C is purpose is different, like a consumer. So anybody can come into this application and can create a login to it. And so the application will create a roles and user things, and so they will give permission based on the all those things like this. So you can use multiple identity providers to communicate with this, and you can also integrate with uh, this apps, APIs, and mobile application also you can front end. You can use this. So little speak about like the pricing thing. So for the pricing, so mostly Azure Active Directory B2C is free, limited to like 50,000 active users per month. So we have two different plans for the premium P1 and premium P2 features. So after that, so they will charge the charging also very less. So more than 50,000 active users, like so only the active users will be charged. So that way, so you can save a lot. So that will be like to be active users, and a P2 version is different. And there would be separate charge as well because it is also support a multi-factor authentication. So like a SMS phone based multi-factor authentication, that would be charged around this three yes point not $3 the per month. So, so we'll go to the demos and we'll create a Azure Active Directory B2C tenant. So this is my Azure portal. So I just when I log into my Azure portal, this is my screen. So here we have a create resources. Just create a search for B2C. So I found Azure Active Directory B2C. So where you need to create that. So there is a two options like create a new Azure AD B2C tenant or link an existing Azure AD B2C tenant to your subscription. So here we don't have any subscription, like we haven't created any AD B2C. So let me create a new AD B2C tenant. So just organization name. It is similar like so your Active Directory, but the purpose is different as I mentioned. So you have to follow the similar thing. Like you have to specify the organization. Let me give Blazor AD B2C. So domain name. So this should be unique. So let's me validate it like just validating whether the name was unique or not. So yes, it was unique name. So uh, was located in India. So I'm just selecting this country or region. So India, the nearest location. So I am using a new resource group. So let me create resource AD B2, sorry, B2C. Okay. So this should be also in India. So South India. So these are the minimal things you need to complete. So before creating your Azure B2C tenant. So everything looks good. So we'll do the review and create. So validation pass. So we'll click on the create. Okay, so there is an issue. So I'm creating it. So maybe so I don't have much permissions onto it. So because there's one thing. So when you want to create an Azure B2C tenant, so you'll have an admin permissions to do it at the top level. So for time being, so I already created one in another uh, my Azure subscription. So once you create it, like if everything goes well, so once you create it, so you can search the B2C tenant. So let's like B2C tenants. So once you create something, so that will be available in here, like with the B2C tenants. So you can open it here. So I already created one. So save it. You can click on open B2C tenant. It will open for you. Yeah, you can see this Active Directory is different. Like so, when you see here, so review it B2C. So what I previously used is review it. So the Active Directory it's completely different. So it is B2C tenant. Okay. So you are into now Azure AD B2C. So the tenant. So I'll go to home. So this is similar like how you see in the Azure AD. So but it was a B2C. So I'll just navigate to Azure AD B2C. Yeah, now we want to integrate this Azure AD B2C to our Blazor. So first thing, so we need to create an identity provider because we can use third-party identity providers. You can integrate with your application. You can integrate multiple identity providers also. Like you can do Amazon, Apple, Facebook, and this is not only limited to this. So we can do a number of things. So here the Microsoft documentation was available. So where you can see there is a local account identity provider. So and you can have your own account identity provider also. So when your own identity provider which supports OAuth 1.0 and OAuth 2.0 and OpenID Connect, the standard SML protocols, you can integrate all this to your Azure Active Directory as an identity provider. So you can have there are a lot many lists were available, so we can do all those things for you. As of now, so I am doing for the Microsoft account. So that would be simpler for me. So I'm going with the Microsoft account. Actually, I already created the Microsoft account. Just let me show you how we can do it. So what are the things that is required for you? So when you click on the specific thing, so you need to provide the few details, the client ID and client secret. So and this is the origin URL. So which is uh, your tenant name, like review it B2C, and callback URL. So which is your tenant name dot b2ctlogin.com and your tenant name dot on microsoft.com auth2 and auth respect, and that would be name Microsoft. You can modify it, so whatever the thing. And you must have, so before creating this Microsoft, so you just go to where here I'll go to your Azure Active Directory. For adding a Microsoft, um, you just go to Azure Active Directory. So in the app registration, so you need to create a new registration. So you can give the specific name Blazor Identity Provider Microsoft, and you have to select this option account in any identity provider or organizational directory. You can give the callback URL that the later, so but grant admin consent and everything, so you have to register it. Once the registration is completed, so we have to create the client secret for that specific app. So in the certificates and secrets, you create a new client secret. So you just name it ms secret add. So the secret value is available here. So once you close this, you will not be able to see it. So again, you have to create another secret. So just copy it, um, the secret value. Here, what I did is like, so I pasted this secret here, and the client IDs. Client IDs, I took it from here. So the created app. So which the app which I registered. So you get it this client ID from here. So I already registered one thing. So you can see this client ID 4F5EF. I used a different thing. Think I created in another Active Directory, but this is a process, and so in the Microsoft documentation also that was available to you. So mm, so this is the similar way that they will create it. So that's how you register it, and you get the client ID and client secret. So just a certificate and a client secret and the application password. You paste it here. So everything set. Then so your identity provider will be available for you. For a similar like Apple, so you have to follow this step. So you have to give the details like a name, developer team ID, service ID, key ID, and the certificate and all those things. So you can have a number of things. So as an identity provider, and you have to create an app. So in the Azure AD B2C tenant. So that's how you communicate with your Blazor app. So I already created on this app, so which is available. The next thing is you need to create an user flow. So the first thing, we create an Azure B2C tenant. We navigated to Azure B2C tenant, and we created an identity provider, for example, Microsoft account. Then we created an app registration. So where we use those credentials in the configuration settings in the our Blazor app. And next thing is, so we need to create the user flow. The user flow, like how you do it, the signing, sign up process, and all those things. Here I already have one sign up process, but we try to create a new user flow. So there are multiple user flows available for you. So you can choose, so based on your purpose. So here I am selecting sign up and sign in. It will ask you the recommended version. So you can do a create. So you can give the unique name, the policy name. So this also should be we use in the local settings, the app settings.json file in Blazor app. So uh, ms sign in underscore sign out 02. You can have um, local account also, so but it's CD providing. So you can see the other identity providers which are available, like Microsoft. I only added Microsoft as of now, so you can add multiple identity providers from the list. So you can select multiple, but here I'm only selecting the Microsoft. And multi-factor authentication, so you can whether you can enable it or not, so it depends on you. So as of now I'm just disabling it. So type of method, so like I'm just using a email. And conditional access, there's no need to select. And so these are a couple of attributes so which we collect. For example, like, so see here on the twitter.com, so you log in with the Google. So the username and password that is available with the google.com. So when you enter the username and like username and password, Google will send you the some security token to the Azure B2C. So where it will, the token will have information about user, like the basic email ID, your name, and all those things, the details. So we are collecting the same information and we are storing it in the our B2C. For example, so you want to collect the attribute, and this should be in the return claim and the email address also, and anything surname. So I want to collect the surname also. You can select. So what are the things, what are the attributes you want to collect it from the user, and you can select, and you can do a create. See, so the user flow was created. So just click on it. You can, here you have an option to run user flow, like you can test it, like so you added user flow, so and you add as identity provider, so you want to test how the flow works. So the reply URL, so I already selected B2C app register thing. So added the reply URL jw.ms. So you can click on the run user flow. So see here. So it is directly navigated me to the this sign in page and all those things here. When you have multiple identity providers, so it will show you something like this. So in the Twitter, so it will because we can customize the login page also, the B2C login page also, if multiple identity providers were there. So it will show you something like this. So what are the identity providers we added here, so it will show you like this. As of now, so I only added one identity provider. It directly navigate me to this login page. So once I click the send notification, so once I approve it, so because I have enabled multi-factor authentication for my Hotmail account. So once I click it, so the user will be added here. Before that, I just want to show you. So Azure Active Directory. So I want to go to the Azure Active Directory. I want to see the users. So you can see there is only one user here, right? So I'll go to the login page. I'll click on send a notification so that I'll get a two-factor authentication. Let me approve it. I just approved it. So it will, as I mentioned, like so in the user flow, so so we selected few attributes to be collected from the user. So it is asking those details, like for validating the emails and all those things. So you have to follow this step, and you can also customize this background also, everything, so the logo and everything, so that options were available with the Azure B2C. So I'll click on send verification code. Let me check my email. Um, yes, I received an email just now. Thanks for verifying this now. So sincerely, from this is from the B2C. You can also configure, you can also add logos and everything. So on the email also using the branding option in the Azure B2C. So let me copy this code and use it here. Verify code. So my surname was Julapalli and I click on continue. See, the flow works like this. So in the user flow, it will go to the specific identity provider we selected. In our case, Microsoft. Microsoft will validate the username and password, and it will give the token, the access token, um, or something like that. This user is a valid user, and few of the claims like this, what is his email address, and few of the details to Azure B2C, and Azure B2C collect those information and send it back to our application as a JWT token response. We can see this JWT token response. It has collected my name Jagdish Julapalli and the identity provider live.com. So all these things. So where I am coming from. So reviewed B2C, all those things. The family name, surname. So Julapalli. You can also collect other multiple information also. So and you can also add the custom attributes. So everything here. So I'm successfully able to log into this thing. So what happen is B2C will store this user information in its Active Directory. As of now, I only see this one user in my Active Directory before I logged into um, my app. So let me refresh it. See, there is another user available here. So Jagdish Chulapalli. So the user was created, and we can also see this object ID. So it will be here. So the subject. So the unique links. Everything was that available. So we have successfully created the user flow and we have tested it and the user flow is working fine. So without any issue. So we validated it, the user flow by just click on, go to the user flows. Azure AD B2C, go to Azure AD B2C and click on the user flow and click on the specific thing and run user flow. So here we have to select the application previously. So initially we created one application. So this application will help to communicate with this B2C Active Directory to our application. It is something like a mediator between our Blazor app and Azure B2C. And we also need to give this reply URL because once the user is authenticated and proper login is happened properly, then it will redirect back to you, so with the claim details and other information. So if I click the reply URL, so it will navigate to here. In actual case, like when you are running the our Blazor app, so we have to give the information, like so on which port it is running, all those things. So if your application is running on the custom app, the custom domain, so you have to give the custom URL here. So where we can give those details in the appreciation. So B2C register Microsoft, go to here and authentication. So you can give the redirect URLs here. So you can have like multiple redirect URLs, but um, ideally, so you should only give the one redirect URL, so that nobody will use these details to access the application. In the production case, we only generally give the only one URL here. As for the testing purpose, we are giving the JWT and see the claims and all those information. And this would be our Blazor app, the URL. And you also give to check this access token and ID tokens, because that's how we get the information. So when you are dealing with a mobile application, so this JW token will have the validation of 15 minutes. So after the token was expired, so we need to use the refresh token to get a new access token and ID token. So as of now, created AD B2C tenant. So the appreciation was completed. So we have added an identity provider, the Microsoft, and we created a user flow. Everything was done. So then now the next thing is we integrate this to our app. So just quickly go to Visual Studio, create a new app. So I'll select a Blazor. I'll select a Blazor server app. Next, give it a name, Blazor AD B2C. So solution name, that's okay. Next, so I'm using .NET 6.0, so long-term supported LTS version. So here we have an authentication type. So you can choose. Here we are using a Microsoft Identity Platform, so you can select Microsoft Identity Platform, and you can select the HTTPS, like a certificate with a more secure. So our application will become, and click on Create. Just wait for a couple of seconds, so once it will create. Yes, it has created this thing. So everything was available to you. It will ask the required components to be installed, like NuGet packages, which is required for the Microsoft identity. So just click on the finish. This will take another couple of minutes to complete. So the required packages and everything to be installed on the specific app. So that was done. So just go to properties and launch settings.json. You can see here you are using the application URL localhost 7228, right? Just copy that, the link, go to your Azure AD B2C, go to your specific app, in the app registration, so select that specific app. So oh sorry, I selected the user flow. So go to the app registration, select your app. So here you can select from here redirect URLs, or from here you can select. So I'll add another URL. So sign in OIDC, and let me save this. Okay, that was saved. So let me quickly go to my Blazor app. So now here open app settings. So this few details were not available here. We need to fill out here. So that would be, let me quickly copy paste from here. So that's I already created it. So to save some time, this instant is something like your reviewed b2c.btc to login.com. So this is constant. So only, so whatever the domain you created, like Azure AD B2C tenant, so you can get it from here, or you can select from here. So the tenant ID. So sorry, here also from the endpoints reviewed B2C. So your tenant. So I collected those information and the client ID. So client ID, go to your Azure Active Azure AD B2C, go to the app registration. So we have created one application as I mentioned previously. So this app is a mediator between our Azure B2C and WASM app. Just collect this client ID and paste it here. So the same and the callback path. So once the authentication was successful, so we should return back to, so which are the path. So I given like sign in OIDCD and the domain name. So it would be same like reviewed B2C. So whatever the domain you added, you created, you can do it here, and this is constant. And this sign up and sign in policy ID, that means the user flow which we created. So go to your Azure AD B2C tenant and go to the user flows. You can have multiple user flows maybe. So one application might use Microsoft identity provider, other application might use Apple, Google, or your own identity mechanism, identity provider. So based on that you can have multiple user flows, and whichever application wants that specific login page or the login page to have that identity provider, you can use that this sign in policy. So you just copy it like I copied like the similar thing, the sign in thing, and go here. So this is the sign in policy and sign in policy ID. So everything was done. So let me save it and quickly run this Blazor, the app, as it is first time building. So it might take couple of minutes. See, it directly goes to the login page because before the application starts. So as of now, I only have one identity provider, so it is direct me. So let me approve it. Approve it. I just approved it. You can see the URL changes, how it is happened. So it is back to our page, and you can also see my name here, Jagdish Jolapalli. So that is how we can secure our application using a Blazor with the Active Directory B2C thing. So that's how we integrated our we can also have multiple things like we can also have multiple options that is also available, like you can also restrict a specific pages, specific data, specific action from the user based on the logged in user roles. and you can also manage the users. Like you can using Microsoft Graph, you can get more information of that user, and you can add other details, and you can you can perform different actions, all those things. So I think that's it from my end. Any questions? And by the way, so there is an my GitHub. So every information was available here. What are the steps to be followed from initial the B2C tenant? So how we need to create all those things and sign up, sign in process. So including so how we integrate that with the Azure Blazor WASM app. So launch settings, so where to get it and where to update it. Every the information will be available to here. And what are the things you need to update in the config file? So that B2C domain, the client ID, so a domain. So you can also have the sign up policy, reset password policy ID, edit profile policy. That's optional. You can have it. So I'll share this the GitHub, and the code is also available here. So yeah, so you can also try it.
Hey Jagadish, thank you so much for that wonderful session. I let me look. Could you please give me that URL? I'll post it. Looks like there are no queries. New technologies working in small. New technology. Okay, cool. I think there are no queries now. That's the link, isn't it? I think
Yes,
Ashirwad
yes.
will post it. Yeah, Ashirwad will post it to the GitHub channel so that folks can go grab it. And I really appreciate Jagdish that it was your first speaking event, but the way you documented was much better than my documentation for sure. Jagriti is already
I
saying
think
that
I
yes,
learned
I
from
got that.
you.
Right. Seriously, Jagriti, when I saw this guy's GitHub last night, it was pretty thorough and he's giving a step by step like a documentation. I never did that. I'm pretty lazy. Uh,
Definitely, I saw that.
Seriously, Jagdish. I see two people are saying that. Cool. So I really appreciate it, Jagdish. Folks, we are working on the Google Forms. Just give us some time. By in next couple hours, post lunch, we'll post the Google Forms for the feedback and fill in your details. It goes, and we'll collect the names from the Google Forms and use it for those raffles also. And let me introduce our next speaker, Jagrati Modi. She also works at AS. We both work at AS, and she does few event. She did few events from .NET Learners House, and now she's here. So Jagrati, you can share your screen, and I will go to the backstage. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Swami. Let me share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh no no. It will be flash. Just give me a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm sharing the screen. Is it visible now?
It will be in a minute. I think Ashirwad will flash it and he will pull me out of this video. I'm just waiting for him to do this. Jayati, I think let's give a couple of. Okay, yeah,
Okay.
okay. Yeah, your screen is getting flashed. I think I'll go in the backstage. Thanks.
Yeah. So can you see the slides now?
Yes, yes, I am. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. I hope that you all are fine. So today's session is on ASP.NET Core MVC Razor pages and the Blazor WASM in .NET. So before starting the session, let me introduce myself. So my name is Jagrati Modi. I'm a software developer at Applied Information Sciences at Hyderabad. So our company basically focuses on moving the clients to the Azure cloud and help them in their cloud journey. And I'm a Azure certified professional, and you can find me on the Twitter with the name Jagrati Modi. So let's start our session. So today's session is all about the ASP.NET Core and the Razor pages, and what are the new capabilities in the .NET for these pages and the for the Blazor WASM, right? So in the today's session we will look at the new features for the Razor pages, that those are like hot reload, CSS isolation, Bootstrap 5, async streaming, async disposable support, and the faster build times. Along with that, we will see the demo that how all these features work, and also with it, we will see the new capabilities of the Blazor WASM in .NET 6. Okay, so with the first topic, let's start with the MVC and Razor pages new capabilities in the .NET 6. So here is the list where which we can see that what are the new features present in the .NET 6. Those are the CSS isolation. So CSS isolation was previously present for the Blazor components, where you can associate a CSS file along with the Blazor component, but now with .NET 6 you can do the same for the Razor pages also. You can tag a CSS file along with those pages, so that it will be specific to that component, and you can do the changes in that CSS for that specific file. Then async streaming. So previously, like all the data was sent or buffered into the memory before memory of the server. Now we can do that async streaming at the client side only, so that it will start the data loading, and it will save some time for us also. It will be a quick streaming and asynchronously sync of the data. Then I think disposable, like we will be able to now return the sync enumerable with the controller, which we will see in the demo also. Bootstrap 5.1. So with the .NET 6 we can use the latest features of the bootstrap also along with that. And also, like with .NET 6 there are some improved open API support, like some improvements have been done for this. And also the optional parameters for the view component with the tag helpers, that also we are going to see in our demo. So let's go to the demo. Let's create one web application in .NET 6, and let's see how all these features work. So let me go to the Visual Studio here. I'm opening this Visual Studio, and we will create a new project with the help of .NET 6. So let me create a new project here, and then let me minimize all of the screens. And we will create a new application with .NET 6. So here we are going to select this core web app. So let's say here next, and let the name be web application 1. This name is fine, so let's go to the next here. And now with the framework, obviously we are going to go to this .NET 6, as we are going to see the capabilities, like the capabilities of .NET 6 with the Razor pages. And here we can change the authentication types and all that, which Jagdish showed you in the previous session. So let's create this application. So once we create this application, like the project will be created, and we will see that integration with the .NET 6. So let the project come up here. Okay. So now this project has been created, and the nice thing you will see here is you can see that there are very less components present here, right? So now with the new latest release of .NET 6, we can see that they have like used the minimal pattern here with the decreased number of the files here, right? So like here you can also see that there is no startup file present, even though you can use the startup file here. But all the code which used to be present in the startup file is now present in the program.cs. Like here you can see all the code which used to be present in the startup file is now present in the program.cs. So like here here you can configure the services for the dependency injection. And here with this you can see and use the coding for the middleware, right? So now let's run this application and check out that how this application looks like. So let's build this application, and once this build will be completed, we will be able to see this application in the browser. So let it execute. Just give few seconds, and it will come up in the browser. So like with this new .NET 6, 6, we will be able to see that Bootstrap 5.1 is integrated, which we will be able to see in the dev tools here. So let me check. Okay, it might be coming up. So just a minute here. So it is yet starting. We can see that it is starting. Yeah. So now it has started. So let's look at this web app here, and I'm opening these two windows side by side, so that we can also see the changes here. Let me just push. Okay. Yeah. So now here we can see this is the web app which we have created, web application one with the .NET 6. And now let's make some changes in the app, so that so let me open okay, let me open this solution explorer here. Okay, so now we will go to the pages. Okay, so first of all, let's see the bootstrap one. So let me open the dev tools here, and then we will be able to see that how it is using the latest bootstrap. So let's go to this sources here in the library. Let's go to this library. Okay, it might be opening up. So let's go to this library, bootstrap, this folder, css folder, and this bootstrap min.css. So here you can see that it is using the bootstrap 5.10. Like with the latest with the latest bootstrap, we can use the latest feature of the bootstrap here. Okay, so let me show you. uh, Okay, so now let's do some changes in this index.cs HTML file, and we can see that with the hot reload, we will be able to see all the changes present here. Okay, so let's change this title here, and welcome to .NET Conf Local 2021. Okay, so now we can see that we can hot reload on the file save. So I'll save the file and it will be reloaded. So let me save this file here, and it might be reflected. Yeah, so here you can see that with the hot reload option, this page has been automatically updated. So let me increase this window. Okay, and now here along with this, let's provide one more statement here. So let's say the current time is, and let's provide the date and time dot now. Okay, so with the save, we will be able to see this page will be automatically reloaded. Yeah, so now here we can see the current time is showing up here, right? And also we can make some changes, like we can make these changes, like if we want to change the title here, instead of home page we want to say that welcome. We can do that. Okay, so like with these changes, you can see the hot reload option easily visible in easily visible in our app. Okay, so now what we can now we discussed about the css isolation, right? So suppose we have to attach a css file to the specific component, right? So let's say that this is the privacy.cs html file. So now what we can do is we can create one css file here. So let's add one new item here. Let's add a css style here. Okay, so after adding that, we can attach that to a specific component. So let's go to this web content and this style sheet, and let's rename it to privacy.cs html.css. Okay. So let me create this. Okay, so now here you can see that change, that this css is associated with this specific component here, right? And whatever changes we make on this css file, those will be reflected, right? So here you can see that there are two tabs present. One is the home and one is the privacy. So if we click on the privacy here, right now we can see that the header is present with this default black color, right? So now if we change this tag, so in this page, if we check here, we have this h1 tag here for the title. Right now, if we want to change the color of this title, so instead of having the black basic color, let's change the color to let's say it to the deep pink. Okay, and let's save it. And obviously it is not going to refresh as we have added the new css style. And let's do a refresh here, and let's go to home once, and let me do a hot reload once, and go to privacy. Okay, so I think there's some issue. Let me change this patch one, and let me refresh this. Okay, so let me save this again. Okay, I think there might be some issue with this page. Okay, so yeah, but with this association of this css, or let me change one color, and or let me restart the app, so this might work. So let me close this app and restart it. So let's restart this application once again to see the changes in the css. Okay, so this is building the application once again, and we will be able to see the changes which we have associated with this page. Okay, so the application is starting up. So let's wait for a minute. Mm, this is getting started, and along with this we will also see the tag helpers, like if we want to show some of the tags with the some of the text specific to the environment, like if we want to see some things in the development and not in the production, that we can do with the help of the tag helpers. Okay, so now after restarting the application, we can see that the header has been changed to the pink color, right? So in this way we can attach the css to the specific pages here, specific pages, and do the changes in the changes in that style sheet. Okay, so now we can let's see the use of the tag helpers, right? So here we can here we can add the tag helper. So let's add those helper. Now here we are adding this environment variable, and here we are adding this. Okay, so now with the tag helpers, we want to show this in the development only, not in the production, right? So like before this change, here we can see that the current time is right now present, because the environment is the development. But after saving this, if I save this file, and if I reload the application, now you can see that the current time is not available. Why? Because because with the help of the tag helpers, what we have done is we just want to include this text only when the environment is production, not in the development. But if we want to add them into the development, what we can do is we can change the environment. And if we will do the reload, so let me do a hot reload here. Let me save it, and then reload the page. And after this, we can see that this is visible again. Why? Because of the help of the tag helpers, that we can do we can show the specific text with the help of those tags. Okay, so now we have seen the css isolation and the bootstrap, the hot reload functionality. So let's go to the async streaming, right? So now for the async streaming, I have created one demo project. And with that project, like I have created two demo projects. One is with the .NET 5, and one is with the .NET 6. So let me open that application here. So I will be opening up the two instances, so that we can see that how the .NET 5 behaves with the asynchronous data, and how .NET 6 behaves with the with that async streaming. So let me start the two instances of this application. So just give me a minute to set up this project, and we will discuss about the differences between these two, and we will be able to see that how the data is coming for both this .NET 5 and .NET 6. So let these applications start. Okay, so in this solution, you will be able to see that I have one project that is based on .NET 5 and one project that is based on .NET 6. Okay, and here in the controller we can see here we are just returning a weather forecast. Like we are generating a data of 500 dummy weather forecast data, and with that data we are going to like stream that data in the controller. Okay, like we are going to see that data in the browser now. And now with the old one, like with the .NET 5, you can see the controller. We are just generating the web forecast data, and with .NET 6 here in this controller, you can see it is kind of exactly same. Here we are returning async enumerable, and only the difference between this controller here is we can see we are using this shared with the random, right? So this is again a nice feature which is available in .NET 6, that is the thread safe for generating the random numbers. So that has been used with both of these data which we are generating with the help of the random here, right? So now let's run this application. So first let me run this with the .NET 5 here, and with the second instance we will be running with the .NET 6. Okay, so let me run these two applications here, and we will be able to see that with .NET 5 the browser sits ideally. Like first all the data is stored in the memory, and then that is being buffered out to the browser. And in the .NET 6 we will be seeing that async streaming, and the data coming up nicely, and in the browser we will be able to see that how the data is getting generated. So let it start both the browsers. So one is here, and this one is getting started. So just give a couple of seconds here to start both the apps, and we will be seeing the data. So let me okay, so this one is here, and let me okay. Okay, so this one is getting started, and one more is this might be starting up. So let's give few seconds to this app also, so that it will also start the browser. Yeah, so here we can see the sync streaming .NET 5 version, and this app might be starting in a few seconds, which will be for the .NET 6. Okay, so this is also starting. Okay, so now we will be going to this specific API, like specific API. So let me go to this weather forecast here, and just remove this swagger weather forecast. Okay, and let's do the same for the .NET 6. So let's start this, and I'm going to start this one. Okay. So now here in .NET 5, you can see the browser is sitting idly, because all the data will be dumped to memory first, and then it will be shown to the browser on the client side, right? Has like as well as in .NET 6, you can see that the data has started streaming on the client side. We can see that the data is asynchronously coming up to the browser, right? So like if we see in this in the console app here, it is going to about like create the 500 records for the weather forecast. And once like all the data will be completed, like all the 500 records will be generated, and then for the .NET 5 it is going to be visible here, right? But in .NET 6 we can see that that the data is asynchronously getting generated, and it is coming up to the browser. So like if we give few seconds here, and like all the 500 records will be generated, that data will be shown up in this .NET 5 browser also. So let's give few seconds here, like it is going to be completed soon, and once that will be completed, we will be able to see see the data for the .NET 5 browser also, like in the browser here. So let it complete. Okay. Yeah. So now, as soon as the 500 records were generated, you can see that the data has come up for the .NET 5, because the data was getting buffered in the memory, and then it got displayed on this browser, while in .NET 6 you were already seeing that async data already available here. Okay, so let me close these apps now, and let's come back to our slide here. Okay, so after this, what is new in the Blazor WASM in .NET 6, right? Like these are the features available with the Blazor WASM. You might have already seen some of the Blazor apps in the previous demos, or you might see some of the apps in the next few demos. So what are the new capabilities which are present in the .NET with this Blazor WASM? First of all is the ahead of time compilation. Like we can use the .NET code with the web assembly here, and it also provides like runtime increase in the performance with the help of this ahead of time compilation. We can use the custom elements with the .NET 6 and the custom arguments, so that we can display the arbitrary things with the custom elements. Smaller production apps, like with a few of the app refactoring capabilities with the .NET 6, we can produce the smaller production apps. The native dependencies are the you can build you can like with this new Blazor WASM, you can build this native dependencies with your in the Blazor WASM, and you can statically link the native devices into the .NET WebAssembly runtime using the .NET WebAssembly build tools that we can do with the AOT compilation also, right? The hot reload, as you have already seen the hot reload, like without doing a refresh in the browser, and with this hot reload option, we can automatically refresh our apps. The custom bundling, with the help of custom bundling, we can define the, like we can control the that how we want to publish the output, that we can do with the custom bundling. And like many more general Blazor features have been added with the .NET 6, .NET 6, which we can see in the other sessions. And like there have been like so many of the Blazor features which have already been added to the .NET 6. Okay, so that was all about my session today. In case if you are thinking of how these cool .NET stickers were there, like which were provided by the .NET Conf. So thanks to them, like these stickers are already available with on the .NET Conf GitHub. And also like this session was inspired by the main event. So I have provided the link for all those sessions also, and if you want to go through all the features in the details, and if you want to check that what are the other latest features for the .NET 6, you can go to this reference, and we will provide this slide deck to you, so that you can go through the slide deck and to these references, and you can like go to these documents and read about these features. So thank you for joining this session, and stay tuned for the other sessions. Thanks.
Hey Jagriti, thank you so much for your session. And as you were mentioning, the main .NET Conf website has got the wealth of knowledge.
Yep.
serious wealth of knowledge. I mean,
Yeah.
we're doing the local event. We picked up few topics and maybe we did a straight lift and shift or straight lift and customize
Yeah.
and presenting it. But it's a serious, and there are a lot of improvements. I mean, as I was speaking with James, I particularly noted that the Blazor WASM itself has got a good performance improvement. Okay, so I
Yeah.
think we'll take a break till 2 p.m. and we'll be back at 2 p.m. And Suhas will start his session on minimal API at 2 p.m. And also Ashirwad will flash the feedback form. Yes, please fill in the feedback form and ensure that you are mentioning the email which you regularly check. Then we'll do a names wheel spin to find out who all the three lucky winners. One T-shirt, two T-shirts from Tech Platform, and one IDE for personal subscription for 1 year from JetBrains. So three raffles are there. Please do submit the feedback form, and we'll do a name spin at 4 or 4:30. I think we have slipped. I mean, we did speak more on the topic, and we thought of to go on a break at 1:45. It's not big thing. It's only 15 minutes delay, but delay is delay. No
Yeah.
questions asked.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. Thanks. I really appreciate your time on weekend, Jagrati. Have a
Yeah.
good and safe weekend.
Thank
Yep.
you. Bye. Have a good
Thanks.
weekend.
Thank you so much. So, guys, still there's a lot of action. We'll start at 2 p.m. instead of 1:45. We thought that 1:45 Suhas will start. Let's make it at 2. Suhas will speak, then followed by Suhas Pandian. And then last, mine is a very small topic because these people they're talking, they finished everything. So thanks so much. Ashirwad, you can flash the lunch break till Hey, I think Suhas. Hey, guys, welcome back. This is the first session after lunch. Suhas is an MVP. He now is speaking on minimal API. Okay, so you can, Suhas, you can share your screen and you can start. I'll be in the backstage. Thanks, Suhas.
Yeah, thanks for me. So is my screen visible?
Ashirwad will flash it in a minute.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Uh,
Let me just swap it. Okay. So shall I start from it?
yes, Suhas, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So hi guys. So hello everyone. I think you had a good lunch, and I hope the sessions, the first session before lunch, I think it went well. Like all the demos went well. So I appreciate your interest, like towards learning something new on this Saturday. I appreciate your interest and keep up the interest and learn more stuffs. So today my topic is like how to build. Let's build minimal APIs using .NET 6. So my name is Suhas and I'm a Microsoft MVP. I write blogs at devsuhas.com and TechMe360. So I write about Angular, .NET, and Visual Studio, VS Code, Azure, and SQL, etc. If you are interested, you can visit my blog sites. And this is my Twitter handle, ng_suhas. You can reach out to me. And I work in a private organization called Covid.co as a software engineer. Yeah, so this is just a small introduction. And today's topic, as I said, it's minimal APIs. So basically, I don't have much a slide, so I'll jump straight forward into the demo. So I'll give a small introduction about like what is minimal API. It's just you can see the other way of creating your .NET APIs. So it's not going to replace how we are how we are currently creating. Like we'll create a controller and we'll have the startup file, program file, and we'll have different controllers. So this minimal API is a kind of just creating APIs in another way. So each ways it has its own pros and cons, right? Likewise, the minimal APIs also has its own pros and cons, and it's not definitely going to impact the creating APIs in the first version, like how we are currently doing it in our MVC. So we'll see like what's the difference between like in this demo I'm going to create a project with the .NET 5, and we'll see what's the project structure, and we'll create a minimal API project using .NET 6, and we'll explore the structure, and we'll create some APIs, and we'll see what's the difference between these two stuffs. So directly I'll jump on to the demo. So I still have around 25 minutes. So I'll just create a demo, and we'll see what's the difference between the normal way of creating APIs and what's the new way of this minimal API is going to do for us. Okay. So let me go to okay, so let me just open a new tab. Okay, so here so if you want to try out minimal API, like what's the prerequisite you need is first you need of course visualstudio.com. You need a Visual Studio. If you want to download this editor, you can IDE, like you can just go to visualstudio.com, and there are three editions: community, professional, and enterprise. If you want a free version, like you can download community, or if you want a paid version, you can go for professional and enterprise. So first you need Visual Studio, and then what you need is .NET 6 SDK, and as well as the runtime. So if you if you type .NET 6 SDK, so that would be this link, and if you click on this, like you need to download the SDK as well as the runtime if you want to try out this APIs, minimal API. So these two is a kind of prerequisite to try out minimal APIs. So once this is done, you are ready. So let me open Visual Studio 2022, and here I'm just going to create a new project. So first I'm going to create a new project using .NET 5. So I'm going to say API, and I'm going to select ASP.NET Core Web API, and I'm going to click next, and I'm going to say .NET Conf. The project name is .NET Conf, and I'm going to click next. And here I'm currently going to select .NET 5.0. So if you want to try out 5.0, you need to install the 5.0 runtime as well as the SDK. So here I'm going to select .NET 5.0, and I'm just going to click create. So basically this will create me a project, API project in .NET 5. Yeah. So this is my project structure. So let me just use magnifier. Okay. So I hope, so this is the kind of project structure. So I'll just close it. Okay, so this is the project structure of .NET 5. Like here we have dependencies, properties, and controllers. So basically we'll create different controllers for different purposes, right? For example, in a large enterprise project, we'll have user controller and settings controller, and based upon your feature and modules, like you'll have respective controllers. So this controller will go here, and we have the startup.cs. So this is the kind of, so this is the entering point of our project. So here we have what are the services we need to use. Like if it's a development environment, we are saying like use Swagger. What is Swagger? Like Swagger is the open API documentation for where you can view all the APIs created in a single UI. So I'll also show you. So this is so startup.cs is a kind of an entering point, and we have this program.cs file where we are saying like use startup.cs as the starting point for this project. So this piece of code, and then we have the controller. So basically we have three files here: program startup.cs, which is the entry point, and program.cs saying just use the startup file for starting this project. And then we have the controllers. So this is the API structure in .NET 5 or any in .NET Core, or if you create any .NET framework, we'll have all these stuffs like startup, program, and controllers. So if I just run this application, the Swagger opens up and you can view all the APIs. So I'm just trying to run it. Okay, so let us wait for a minute. It'll come up soon. Okay. Okay, so this is the Swagger documentation. Like whatever the controllers you have, you'll have the controller, and you'll have all the respective get, put, post methods, and you can also try it out in the Swagger itself. What are the response you are getting? Either it's 200 or 400, 500, etc. So this is the Swagger documentation we have pre-built in. Whenever you create APIs in .NET 5 or .NET Core, the Swagger documentation comes in place. Okay. So this is completely on .NET 5 or .NET Core. So let us create a new project, minimal API project in .NET 6. So for that, what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to right click on the solution, and I'm going to say add a new project, and same thing, I'm going to select the ASP.NET Core Web API, and I'm going to click next, and the project name would be minimal API. I'm going to click next, and here I'm going to select .NET 6.0, and here okay, I'll select .NET 6.0, and here you can see there's a checkbox which says uncheck to use minimal APIs. So if you want to minimal APIs, just you need to uncheck it, and if I just uncheck and if I click create, it will create a structure of minimal API. Okay. So as you can see in this project structure, so this is the initial .NET 5 API project, and this is .NET 6 minimal API. Like what's the primary difference here? You can see is there is no a folder called controller here. So, and also there is no startup.cs. So it's just a single file, program.cs. So we'll just go to this program.cs and we'll see what does it contain. So in this program.cs, so basically it's the combination of these two files in a single file. So in .NET 5 we have startup and program.cs, and here we have a single file and we have all these stuffs in this program.cs. And here if you notice, the all the controller methods, it's also in the same program.cs file. Like here, this weather forecast, it's this weather forecast controller, we saw it in .NET 5 project. So if I run this minimal API project, the output will be the same. Like it'll be seeing the same API, get API, and you'll see the schema. Let me also show it to you. Okay, so here the structure remains the same, nothing changes in the Swagger documentation. It's about how you are going to write the APIs, how you are going to create it. So that's why I said, like, it's just other minimal API is just another way of creating APIs. So here, as you could see the difference, like it says app.map.get, and this is the controller URL, and here we will have the logic, and finally we are saying app.run. So basically, when I first saw this minimal API, so I thought, if we declare all the APIs in a single file, that it's going to be a big mess, right? So we also have some options, like you can also segregate your APIs into different files and you can use it. So we'll see like how we can, I'm just going to create an user actions, like create, add, create, delete, update, and get all users. So we'll create all that functionality in this minimal API, and we'll see how it goes, and we'll also do some refactoring in these 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do is, so this is the default file they have, so just I'm going to delete this stuff. I'm also going to delete it. So I'm minimizing it, and here I'm going to create a new folder called data, and in this I'm going to create a new item. mm, okay, interface, and here I'm going to say I user data. So this interface will have, I'll also just create a models, and in this model it's going to have a class which says user.cs. Okay, so this user will have, okay, this auto suggestion it's good in Visual Studio 2022. I just have to press tab. I'm just going to say ID and the name. Okay, for now this is just enough. And this I user data, it's going to I'm going to keep it very simple. One method which returns me a list of user, which says get all users. Okay, I'm just going to import, and I'm going to user get user get user by ID. Okay, so which will have the parameter int ID. So for now these two methods are fine. Okay, since we have only 15 minutes. So this is just two method, and okay, from the controller we actually go to the service layer, and then only we go to the data layer. But this is just for example. So we have this I user data, and I'm going to add the class for it. The class is user data .cs, which is going to implement this I user data, and it's going to implement all the methods. Okay, so far so good. I'm going to say return. So here you'll have, you'll query your database, and uh, you know you'll return all the users. So for now I'm just returning some empty user, and here I'm going to say return new user. Okay, So here I have this user data and I have this user model. So we'll see like how we can create a user controller in this minimal API. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say app dot map. So I'll just zoom in a little bit, maybe maybe 120 will be good, I guess. So I'm going to say app dot map get of I'm going to say users, and I'm going to have an arrow function, and it's going to say, so basically this parameter you can say I user data and user data. So I just need to import it, and I'm going to say return user data dot get all users. So here basically this is equal to in .NET 5 what you will do is you'll create a user controller and you will define these methods, right? So this is the same thing. So I have just done in program.cs file, and you can also this controller will return the action result. You can also say results dot okay of, this is the HTTP response. I'm saying like 200 okay. If there are any exceptions, you can also say results dot conflict or bad request. You can also do bad request or not found. It's possible in minimal API. You just have to say results dot. And this is the map. And if I want to get user by ID, I'm going to say map get users, which will have user ID as an attribute. And here we'll have the same arrow function. I'm going to say return. So here we'll have int ID and we'll have iUser data. I'm just going to copy and paste it here. For this method, I'm saying get user by ID. Okay. So here, like I have created a controller called users, and here I have two methods, get all users and get user by ID. So let's just try to run this project, and we'll see how the Swagger looks. So you'll get a clear clarity of what are the APIs we have created. It's just loading. Okay, so I think I need to switch the project. Email API. I ran the .NET 5 project. Okay, body was inferred by the method body parameters. Oh, okay. I know what this is. So basically, I have used iUser data, so which I need to inject. I'm going to say builder dot services dot add singleton of iUser data, and I'm going to say user data. Okay. So it was saying like this parameter, the .NET project was unable to recognize this parameter. So I injected it. So now it should be able to run this project. Yeah. So here, as you can see, it uses a different port 70. I think it will use around 7,000 to 8,000 ports. So this is one of the difference in minimal API. And here, as you can see, we have two controllers like users and two methods, users and users by ID. Okay. So this is how the APIs. So they are suggesting like they create APIs in a single file. But what happens is, so in a real-time use case, we'll have this basically try catch, maybe control K, control S. We'll most probably surround this with um, try and catch, and you'll have an exception class here, and you'll have some logging methods in this APIs. So as you can see, it's just a two API, and imagine in a large enterprise application. So this would grow, right? Like writing API in a single file, definitely it's not going to help in a larger application. So what you can do, like how you can refactor, I would say how you can refactor or how you can do it. So one way is like uh, this function, right? You can create a separate function here. For example, user, you can say user, and it says get all users, and create a function here which returns a list of user. So I'll just import it. Okay, and here you can just copy paste this stuff here, and you can just call this method in this user stuff. This is also completely possible, and you can also send the parameter if you want. So it would be looking something like this: user data, and you'll send this user data here. This will accept the parameter user data. Okay, so you can also do something like this, and yeah, return type, it should be action result, I action result. But yeah, like what I'm saying here is like you can also split functions, and you can just say slash users, and you can just mention the function name. But here also, like splitting the functions anyhow, the same file, it's going to grow, it's not going to use for us. So how we can again refactor it? So basically you can create an file. What you can do is, I'm just going to create a class which says class, and I'm going to just name it as api.cs. Okay, so what this API will do is it will be static, and I'm going to say public static void, I'm going to say configure API. This will accept the parameter web application app, and this will have in this file we'll have the user methods, like let's say private static, sorry, private static async ask of result, ask of I result, and then I'm going to say get all users, which accepts I user data. Okay, so I'm just going to import all these items, and here I'm going to say the same thing: return results dot OK of user data dot get all users. That's it. And the same thing for what I can say is get user by ID. Get user by ID. If I give int ID, so you don't need to mention like from query params, like that this minimal API will understand, will try to find the ID from the param, from the query param. You don't need to mention like from query params. It will try to identify whether the ID is present, and it will try to call this method. I'm going to say get user by ID, and I'm just going to pass the ID. And how we can mention these two methods? The same thing. I'm going to say app dot map get, and I'm going to say slash users comma get all users. That's it. And I'm going to say app dot map get slash users slash ID, and then get user by ID. So what we have done is like we have splitted the it is basically, I have splitted in a controller in a separate file called API, and I have mentioned all the methods here, like how you can map this in program.cs. So just you can delete all these stuff, and I'm going to say app dot configure API. Hopefully, let's see if I have any import statement. Yeah. Okay. So this will call this method will have all the all the APIs. So basically, this is a kind of refactoring you can do if you want to go for minimal APIs. And let's say in future, a single file also it's not going to help, right? You'll have user settings and feature etc. For that, you can have separate files, and you can say that app dot configure user API, and you can say app dot use settings API, something like that. Okay. So you can have different files for your feature, same as we have in controller. You can create separate files and you can able to do stuffs. So this is the way of how you can create APIs, how you can create minimal APIs, I would say, in .NET 6. And this map.get has various extension methods like so if this API requires authorization, or whether it requires cards, or if let's say if this accepts only JSON, you can also do that. And you can also let's say if I want to exclude it from my Swagger, that's also possible. So it has a lot of extension methods which you can make use of it in minimal APIs. And one more stuff I want to say about this is it's kind of very very simple way of doing it, but it's just another way of creating APIs. As I mentioned, it's not going to simplify your way of creating APIs. I would say it's just another way of creating your APIs. So that's it. And as I said earlier, like each method will have its own pros and cons, right? Here I would say pros, like they are saying like you have to create it in a single file, but it's not going to be nice. You just have to split it into various files, and it has many extensions that it has, right? It has various extension methods. You can mention like whether it requires authentication, authorization, cards, which just this thing, this one line of code. So this is about minimal APIs, and if you have any doubts regarding this, you can mention it in the comments. I can pick it up. I'll just reply it in the comments. And yeah, so pros, yeah, as I mentioned earlier, it many people mention like if you're using microservices, this minimal APIs will be a positive for it. But I haven't worked on microservices, but I don't have much to comment on that. But most of the blogs or videos I'm seeing about minimal APIs, they're mentioning like it would be more advantage when you are working on microservices. Cons, I would say like the migration, like the ancient way of creating MVC APIs. Like if you want to migrate to minimal APIs, it will take some time. But yeah, if you're in future, if you're going to create APIs, this minimal API, I think it has more number of extensions than ancient APIs. I think this will have more advantage of no. I would say this is the next generation of creating APIs. And those were all I had. And thanks everyone, and thanks Swami and Swaminathan Vetti and B.NET community, .NET Learners House community, for giving me the chance to speak about minimal APIs in .NET Conf Local. So thanks everyone, thanks for joining. And Swami, is there any questions I need to pick up?
Um, I am not seeing that.
Okay.
Looks like this is pretty clean, and thanks so much. And sorry, you had to wait for 15 minutes more. We thought of to start at 1:45, but we got delayed.
No,
We started at 2.
yeah, that's completely fine for me, guys. Like, if you have any doubts, you can reach out to me. This is my Twitter handle, ng_suhas. If you have any doubts, you can reach out to me. Yeah. Thanks, Swami. Thanks for the opportunity.
Hey, thanks so much, guys. Yeah, I think we can um, we can pull in Pandian. Yeah, Pandian is there. Okay, so thanks so much, Was. Hey, let me introduce our next speaker, Pandian. Uh, he is going to speak on full stack apps, Blazor WASM, as well as static web apps. Welcome, Pandian. You can introduce yourself, share your screen, and we can get going.
Thanks, Swami. Is my voice is clear?
Clear. It's pretty much clear.
Okay, great.
Share your
Let me share my
screen.
screen.
Yes, please. So once we see your screen, I'll jump out of this and it'll. Okay. Yep, I'm able to see your screen.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks, Swami. So, hello everyone. So myself Pandian, working as a lead software engineer at Koi.co. So, and also a Microsoft MEP on developer technologies. So today, I'm planning to discuss about full stack .NET with the Blazor WebAssembly and Azure Static Web Apps. So this is like the new option that has been added into the Azure with respect to the continuous deliveries and integration. Um, and we'll see the basics of WebAssembly, and we'll jump onto the demo. So first, like the what is a Blazor WebAssembly? So mainly it's is to have the full feature front end framework. For example, like a earlier we used to have a maybe a C sharp or like some other backend technology for APIs, and we will have uh, some other front end technology, maybe a JavaScript or kind of a combination of HTML, JavaScript, or some other technologies. So the Blazor brings up like a one full framework which can be able to handle both the front end and back end. And it runs .NET in the browser itself during the runtime. And it has the .NET code front end and back end, so the learning curve and the different things we will stick with the .NET with both the front end and back end. And with respect to like the patterns that we usually used to have is like a Jamstack. It is like a JavaScript API and markup. Since we are just bringing the Blazor inside, we can just simply call it as BAMstack. So we are just putting Blazor on top of the place of JavaScript. So the main purpose is to bring a better development experience, and bringing inside the static web apps. The reason is like put the default securities we have in on top of Azure, and hosting and deploying would be easy to have. So this is like a common pattern we used to have in hosting a Blazor WebAssembly. First one is like a hosted model, like we will have a Blazor WebAssembly, and APIs will be there, and it will be connected together with some using the ASP.NET or some other technologies and things. Second one is like a standalone. We will globally distribute the WebAssembly things and keep the APIs in microservices. And we have this new thing. So like the APIs can be put in say Azure function, and they can be and our Blazor WebAssembly code can be put it in Azure Static Web Apps. So this can work together and talk to each other, and bring the one package kind of things and put it in same environment. So the reason or like the advantages using the Azure Static was like we can globally distribute the hostings, and we can easily access the Azure functions kind of serverless APIs, and we have the support to automatically build and deploy from right from our GitHub repository, or like the repository will be supported, and like we have some built-in authentication and the routing rules which we can configure, and the custom domains also supported. So like we can even if you're if you want to have in a different domains, we can quickly configure and put some TLS certificate on top of it, and we can set the staging environment as well. So that's quite possible. So that's the interesting things about thing. So recently in Azure Static Web Apps, .NET 6 is supported, like even the automatic build and deploy of .NET 6 Blazor WebAssembly, and also like the function APIs, those kind of supports we have added. So for today demo, what we can do is we can create a sample boilerplate code of Blazor WebAssembly, and push that code into a GitHub, and we can create a resource in our Azure environment and see like how it is getting communicated and get deployed, and how we can do different configurations and the changes. For that, I'll just open my browser now. First, I will create a repo in my GitHub account. I'll name it as today demo, just for the namesake. Okay. So I'm going to clone this repo in my local box. So now I have cloned. I'm going inside that folder. So I'm going to generate the boilerplate code of Blazor. So I'm using the .NET CLI. So it is .NET new, and I guess it is a Blazor WASM. I'm putting some name, maybe like we keep it as a default name, client. What it will do is like it will create a folder to client and put all the code inside that client folder. So it got created here. So let me open this folder. So the file will looks like this. I'll open this item in VS Code so that we can quickly see what is having inside that. So this is like a normal boilerplate code we used to have in the Blazor environment. I'll just run to make sure like it is running, and we can push that code into our GitHub next. So I'm traversing to the client folder. Let me run with the command .NET space run. So it is building. Let's wait for a couple of seconds. Okay, it just arrived. So our code is getting served in localhost 5000. Yes. So we have two URLs here, 5001 and 5000. Let's open that 5001 HTTPS. Okay. So the UI is pretty good here. So we have the boilerplate code here, some 2 to 3 components, having some basic clicks functionality and some tables here. So what we are going to do in the next is like we're going to push this code to our GitHub basically. So I'm going to commit this change. I think we need to put git ignore because it's showing lots of information. Let me copy the git ignore from another repo so that we will avoid pushing unwanted files. Git ignore is placed inside this. Okay, that's fine. So now it is just 28 files. I'm going to select all the files. Okay, I think I should select everything and click add. Okay, I'll type it as initial commit. Let me commit and push. We'll verify whether it is synced here. All right, we have our code here with some git ignore file and the basic boilerplate code we have created. Next thing what we are going to do is like we will go to the Azure portal. Now we can create a static web app here. Right, static web app and creating our resource. So basically it provides the basic details about this particular resource and the plans. So basically like, they provide a kind of a developer plan, so anyone can host freely with CDSL. So this is a subscription and a resource tool. I'm going to name my app called Today Demo, and the plan type is like free. Okay, because like it's for hobby or personal projects, so we can choose this. Standard will be having some production purpose. since we can stick with the free plan. We'll keep the default staging environment, and here the important part, like choosing the deployment source details. So we have a code at GitHub. So I'll keep it to GitHub here. I'm going to click sign in with GitHub and provide authorization to make it trustable. And choosing organization, basically like our account and repository. This today demo, and branch should be the default one, since we don't have much branch here. And this is the nice way of deploying the Blazor app. So the Azure provides us a set of templates or like a presets they are providing. They support these many frameworks: Angular, React, Vue.js, and Blazor, some popular other frameworks and site generators. So the Blazor is the one which is going to do the magic here and provide us the build set. So we select Blazor, and as I mentioned earlier, like we could able to deploy our API also inside this part, kind of Azure function. So it is asking for the path of the application. So application is mandatory because like this is the core part. Since sorry, since we are created with the name called client, it should work straight away. Even we can preview the workflow file. So what it will do is like once we review and create it will create a workflow file inside our GitHub repository. Right now it is showing 2 commits. We can see after creating this particular just a second, I'll just put it. So we can able to create it with the default name. So I'll just review and create. I'll just click create now, because like the basic details are already we have reviewed. And let it deploy. After that, we can check out the URL which will our application will show. It will show the resource URL. So it's showing like it got created. You can go to resource, and it will generate the random URL for us with some HTTPS URL. So now, like this name, Gentle Forest. So our environment is ready. The code is set to be deployed. So like as I mentioned earlier, I'm just refreshing the GitHub repo now. We could see like the commit is 3 now. We'll just see the what is the newly committed thing. So it got created like add Azure a static web flow file. So in this file, it will have the .yml format file with the basic details how the app should get deployed, the basic information we provide during creation of the resources, like app location, API location, those kind of things, and the preset of our workflow. And once we committed it, it will start the build. So we can see some dot here, like it shows the CACD status here. To view fully, we can go to the action tab. So the deploy is going on now. We can click and see the progress. So right now it got built and it is just pushing the package to the environment. So it got created now. We can go and see our URL and check out whether it showed the app. So this is the URL we have already got. Great. It's just showing the application here. So this is like the local app we have seen similar to that. So for example, if I want to deploy some Azure function here, for example, like I can create a Azure function. Like we can put a folder here called API. And inside this, we can create our Azure function, and that can be mapped with our settings dimension. We have mentioned like the configuration path of the API called API folder. So that kind of settings we can able to do, and also like the static web apps provided a lot of interesting features already. For example, one of the interesting thing is like a custom domain. If you already have a custom domain, for example, if I want to map my own domain into this particular application, we can do that kind of things. So for example, if I go and create a Azure function, okay, let me create it outside itself. Skip the override. So our HTTP trigger created with some HTTP trigger on name. So this can be deployed. And for example, like if we are having some basic informations like pulling some data from our backend using that Azure function means that can be configured together with this particular item, and that can be mapped to our application. So they can simply go to our particular piece of code and update the workflow. So for example, like if I'm creating a API inside a folder called API, they can come and use this part. And for example, like let's see, like I'm going to rename this folder. Basically, I'll put it as like a app, the name of app. So basically, like it is getting used in another place. So that's why it is getting short. I'll close the command prompt and VS Code. Just rename it as app. And in the commit, I'll put this as like a deleted one and do another thing as called added, so that it will mark it as a renamed one. Yeah, we can commit the Azure function codes also. So right now it is showed as a rename. I'll just type the command as renamed files. Now it will try to deploy the application, and it should fail straight away, because like earlier we mentioned like the files inside the client folder should be the files that needs to be deployed. So it will try to do that checks, and it will get failed, and we can update the workflow file again and see like how it goes. So right now this particular commit will get failed. We can wait for it to get complete. It will take 1 to 2 minutes. So here is the error. So it showed app directory location client is invalid, could not able to direct it. So it's an expected one. So now it is showing like a not found the default error message coming from the Azure. Now we can go ahead and edit our workflow. And update it to the location which we recently changed. It is here, application. I'll change it as app and commit the changes. Now the action should start again, and it should deploy the application properly. So these kind of CI/CD related items and the doing the checks, those kind of things has been handled by the Azure nicely. So this is like one of the feature they have added recently, and also like it supports the .NET 6 environment as well in the Blazor kind of deploying and doing the continuous integration. You can give a try. It's deploying now. Around 1 minute is already gone. Okay, it's got completed. Let me refresh now. Yeah, it's working now. So you can try the similar flow, and also like we have the documentation about SW Static Web Apps in Blazor. This particular URL. We put this link also in the chat. So it is like the official link or the documentation we have seen, like the flows we have gone through will be like a step-by-step process here, how the application will look like in the basic view. And also like we can create a APIs client and shared modules, and how you can create a repository and create a web app in Azure environment. And also like it will have the clear information about the various process we have. And you can try this particular flow and give a feedbacks in the comment section. And it will have some free trial account also, the link for free trial account for Azure subscription. You can give a try and share your feedbacks to us. So that's it from my end today. Thanks for joining. Over to you, Swami. If you guys have any questions, you can put that in comment section while Swami is joining. Okay, he's here. All right. Swami, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. I'll start again. Okay. Okay. So I don't see any comments. So looks like it is pretty clean. So thanks so much. From morning, I was telling that the topics which I wanted to speak, you guys have covered everything. The only thing which I'm going to speak is how to containerize the .NET 6 Blazor WASM. You guys have covered everything. Just for to showcase, speak for some time, I will show a three-tier kind of app, which is full stack app with the .NET stack. I'll speak and I'll quickly show one sample hello world how to do that. Okay, so I think thanks so much, Pandian. I really appreciate your help in joining this event and making it a success. I really appreciate your help. Thanks for joining and have a safe weekend.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. Thanks to our .NET
Thanks.
community. Bye.
Bye. Let me share my screen. Ashira, do you want to come to? Thanks. So just at least someone will be there to tell me whether I'm sharing my screen or not. I don't know.
Sure,
Uh,
Shami.
yeah.
Your screen is visible now.
Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. So let me quickly speak. I think these folks have covered everything since this morning, so I'm not left with any option to speak anything. But let me give that a real quick try to speak something.
Sure, the stage
I
is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. So I just created a small solution, the GitHub repository. I will give the GitHub repository so that you guys can grab this and mhm. This is one. Yeah, 2 hours ago. Right. This is one. This repo. You can publish it there. You guys can grab the code of this. I'm still working on updating these things. It's not yet fully baked, but eventually I'm going to bake it in a week or two. Uh, okay. So let's see real quick what is this made up of. I'll just show you the demo. I just hosted it 2 hours ago. While I'm hosting this session, I was working on making this solution work up and running. So multiple things were going on. So this is the API, which is going to give us a set of books, set of books from the database. That's a SQL database. I just created 10 books, and the next thing is I have created a Blazor WASM, uh, a Blazor WASM app that also in .NET 6. Let's see. We'll speak through other topics. What did I do? Okay, so these are the things. And once we click on this, it goes and brings in the content from the .NET 6. Let me close this and uh, come back over here and click. You can see this. It is making a call and it is bringing this 10 records. And also you can see this, that itself it's doing it in 217 milliseconds. All the resources has been hosted in East US. See that from East US I'm getting the content of 1.2K in around 250, less than a 250 milliseconds. That's how I would call that. So it's pretty fast also. So let's see a simple UI, whatever it comes out of the box. So we see the resources which we created for this. Let me clear it off this. So we can go here and we can use this resource visualizer to see that what all the things which we have it, and we can verbally go and discuss on that. It's creating the resource list, we will see that we have a SQL. We have a SQL server, SQL database, and Azure Redis cache. That's on the data store side, and we have a web API and free tier of web API and a free tier of a web app. Both two app services, both are free tiers. So the connectivity is both the web API and web app are .NET 6. While it is doing the visualization, okay, there you go. So we have SQL data store and we have Redis cache. These two are being used inside the uh, API, Books API. It has got a free plan, and I have a Books app. It has got a free plan. This is a nice visualizer. I really liked it. I was when I saw this, I was pretty much happy guy to know that. I mean, this is other way to look at it, but the visualizer is the one which attracted me a lot, and the application insights is the other one which we should use it a lot because that will give you the number of calls we made it and are there any errors and all those things which we can come and check that. Okay, let's go and see those resources while we are here. So the first thing is the SQL server. I have two databases in that. There's a SQL server, and if you see show firewall settings, I didn't even enable allow Azure services to these resources. That means when I executed, I went into the logs and found what is the IP from which the API is invoking. So I just put it that web API's IP address here, then it started working. So apart from these two IPs, none of the IPs will be able to hit the SQL server. So this is the web API's IP. How do we know that that's the web API's IP is? We can come back to this. You can come back to this and click on this web API and go to the properties. Okay, and one of the IP, whatever we punched it there, it is 2049.104.20. So 2049.104.20. So this is one of the IP, which is outbound IP addresses of this of the infrastructure or machine where these APIs are being hosted. So that's where I punched the hole in the firewall for that infrastructure or a resource where these web APIs are being hosted. So apart from my local machine and the web API, none other can hit this one. And coming back to this, we have the Redis cache also. So the cache aside pattern has been implemented here. So we can come in here and get into the console and can type in the keys, and you can see that all books has been stored. If I say all books, I deleted it. Now I say keys of asterisks, there's nothing. So if I go back to this and come and click on the API, now see this, it took a fraction of second longer than the previous hits. It took a fraction of second. I don't say that it took a huge difference, but let me delete it and again let's see that there's nothing in cache right now. So we have enabled the network tab and I'm clicking on books API. So it took 200 milliseconds. Looks like it was warmed up. Oh. Let me give that another shot because it made an end-to-end connectivity to that. Now that we have it, if we go, it should be a bit faster than what it took. I mean, Now that the connectivity has established and all the components are warm, but net it will be little bit lesser milliseconds than what it takes us to go and hit the database and get the content. So the cache aside pattern has also been implemented. We'll see the resources and then we'll come back to the this one. It's not a big functionality, just a hello world of get the list and publish it. But internally, I've implemented the entire cache aside pattern. Maybe I missed it. I don't know why, but I think I implemented it. Okay. And the next component here is, apart from that, we have the web API call the books web API. Yeah, the books web API. You can see it here, the books web API. And let's go to the configuration and let's see. It's taking a little bit of time, and go to that general settings. You can see that the stack is .NET and the version is .NET 6. So that means we are deploying the .NET 6 version into this app service. And again, here we have the books web app, and again we go back to the configuration, and inside the configuration again we'll come and we'll validate what is the runtime. What? Web is 5? No, it should be 6. But that's just an HTML, isn't it? So looks like it didn't make a difference, but actually it should be .NET 6. And let me come back to this web API. Another important point is when you're deploying the any framework 3.1 or 5 or 6, what is the other important fact is you have an credentials here to the data store as well as to the SQL connection string. So I have used secrets JSON, so that is pointing to a file which is outside the source repository. So in app settings, we just mention a block and point to the local DB. But when I want to test it, I use the secrets.json to uh, point out to my data store wherever it is. So one thing to understand, or a little bit of catch, is that when you have an hierarchical uh, configuration, okay, at the time it will be the first item underscore the second item, because the colon will not be accepted, and instead of colons that should be underscore. So if you see that app settings and in Azure app service underscore. Okay, so you can yeah, this one is one which gives you that information. It's like if you go underscore, you see this anywhere where you have application settings colon instrumentation key. So anywhere you use this format of the connection strings, you need to ensure you have to replace that with underscore. So that's one of the tip, and the second tip was to uh, use the secrets JSON. And the database, you have multiple ways to deploy the database, but this is the DAC SQL project, and have the tables, have a single table, and the programmability have all the stored procedures, and the pre-population of data is done through the post deployment scripts. So I've added this block, and this block was referenced from a blog. I looks like I forgot to add the reference to that blog, but this is purely reference from another blog which I which I referred, and sure, I will update that one. That's from that blog which I referred on that one. Okay, so that being said, we can come back here, and we see that API. In this API, we have used these are few of the common libraries. The core is a one. If you go and see that, all the libraries are .NET. You can see this line number 4 .NET 6, and this again .NET 6. This is .NET 6. This is .NET 6, and that's .NET 6, including this web API is .NET 6, which is referring to all these things. And the web app also, it has got the .NET 6. And one important point is it has to refer to the API. So that is the reason you have to explicitly add these app settings inside this www root file. And if you want to use some of the images, that also you have to explicitly create it under the dub root, so that this will be taken care. Because if you see the images, whatever we are using it, those are coming from the local file, right? So if I go here and open the network tab and get this images again, and I can come in here and we can see this slash images books book1 jpg, so that you can see that inside this www root slash images slash books slash book1 jpg, so those files have been referred. So now let's come back to do couple of samples to find how we can containerize the .NET 6 app. I just create some hello world sample. Okay, so first let me go and create a, .NET Core API, and next let me leave it there. Yeah, let it be there. And I use all the defaults. I'm not going to change anything. For our focus is on how do we containerize that. I already have a Docker desktop on my box, and books. Let me delete these containers so that we can focus on the demo container, whatever we are going to create. Let me remove that. Okay. So those images has been removed. That's good. So I will come and execute. I mean, other speakers have already covered every nook and corner of this .NET 6 world. So I'm just not getting into whether the program.cs or the improvements. I'm just going at a high level to showcase the difference, what it takes to containerize. Okay, we execute this. Just give it a minute. It's stuck for some other reason, but I personally saw the difference in the performance when I executed .NET 3.1 or 5 versus executing an application in .NET 6. It's pretty much fast, guys. Seriously, I personally saw that. So this is it's coming pretty much. What we will see that the way you want to execute it here, so you can execute it in IIS as well as the Kestrel. Right now we are executing with the Kestrel. So to make it Docker compliant, all I have to do is come and click on this. You can use a Docker Compose, or we can go ahead with this Docker support. Let me go ahead with this Docker support. Click on this Docker file. It creates this Docker file, and now we'll go ahead and click Click on this one. Project does not know how to execute this. Why? Let me. I have Docker running. Yep. This is one which it got created. Now let me remove this. Okay, the emoji is removed. That's good. Let me go back to this and command switch. It should go and bring the delta of the images. See that it is first bringing in this. It first brings in those images, base images, whatever we need it for. So first it goes and brings in, and once it creates everything, that's when it gives us a control back. So let's quickly see that. Okay, it's running over here. And I can try clicking on this. It might not work because it's not displaying any logs. So there is some issue. So if it is displaying the logs properly, that means then only it will work. So if it is not displaying logs, that means it's not going to work. So let's give that another shot right now. So we'll see it should build properly. It should go and use all the steps which has been mentioned in this Docker. So it is force removing the existing image somewhere in this command. If you go and see at the end, you will see force remove, and it removes and it again creates an image, and it executes. So see that the beautiful thing is you can debug that right from here in this controller. So we are going to this weather forecast, and I can do a try and click on execute. So it goes and brings in this one. So now what we have the capability to do is we can pretty much come into this, and I can put a debugger over here and go back to the Swagger. Now the application is executing in Docker container on my local machine. It's not executing anywhere. You can see that that's being executed from the Docker container. I just click on continue, and also uh, you can see that here there was a window. Which window it is? Yeah, there's a window where you can see that I can get into the files, and here inside this app, because that's what the Docker, it's saying that current working directories app. So that means anything and everything it's running, it will be there inside this. See that the bin controllers, obj, and all the files and are coming in from here. So it's that pretty easy to containerize Blazor, the web API or web app, Blazor server side, and Razor. Okay, now let's create a mm, hello world of this another application, that is Blazor WASM. Now we saw the server side one. Let's go ahead and create a Blazor WASM. Let me call this as a demo. And I don't, you see one difference when we selected the web API. You see that those guys are showing, do you need a Docker support for that? Okay, it's not being shown, means there is some other trick which will not be easy. So we saw that. Let's create one or two more, and then we'll see that. So now that, let's go back to let's go ahead and quickly create that another project, and this time I will go and create a MVC project, and let me use this name. And here you see this enable Docker. So you take the web API, Razor, and MVC or Blazor server. You take any of those project templates they will ask that, do you need a Docker support for this? Or exclusively for the one which we took it, the Blazor WASM, that option was not there. But anyways, we'll see that how easy to create the Docker support for other things for the Blazor WASM. Sorry, this is for the MVC project. So let's come back into this one, and I will switch this as my startup project. Okay, and then come back to this output and see it should have been bringing all those things. And let's give that a shot. If it is not working, we need to kill the container, and again we'll come and we'll execute it, but it will force me. You see that it's bringing in some of the things which are already there. It uses the cache. If it is not available, then it goes and uh, brings in those diff images. So it's bringing in those, and it should give us a control if all is well. Let's give that a minute. Come on. Okay, so it has come. How do you know that it is working? So you can do docker ps, and what is the port? Right now we are seeing it. Port is 49167. 49167 here. 49167. So that's directly going to 443. So, and if I go to 165, 165, did I kill it? Oh, it's running. 49165. 165 or 166. Okay, 165 and Swagger, I think. So 165, 165 and Swagger. Looks like I killed it. I'm sure that's 165. Yeah, looks like I killed it. Let's keep going on that. Uh, so we saw that how easy for us to go ahead and create these container images of our applications. So let me kill these both so that we can redo that testing real quick. 1 minute, we'll spend not more. Again, I'll come back and go back to the application one, right mouse click and debug, start a new instance. And that's going ahead with the Docker. Going ahead with the Docker. There you go. So it's coming in. So here is the one. If you go into this container, you do an exec into the container, and you should be able to see that. If I do ls, you see the entire all the controllers, and I can do a cat on app settings.json, and it shows whatever is there in that, right? So that's pretty cool, and that's it for that. And now let's come back to this. Let's do execute this Blazor WASM. Let's see that. So I do demo, and once I execute this demo, right now I'm executing through Kestrel. I'll show you the difference between IIS Express, Kestrel, and Docker. So many ways you can execute this application on your Windows machine. So it is taking a little bit of time, but it comparatively it is much faster. I'm sure on that. So that's the one we executed using Kestrel. Now we'll come back and see you have selected it. Now if I switch back to IIS Express, you see that there is a small window which appears here in the system tray, and that comes now. Now this is executing in a mini IIS. I don't know whether that's the right term or not, but it's IIS Express. I don't want to create my own terminology here. So that's the IIS Express it is creating. So you can come in and see that view all sites. It gives us the show all applications. We can go into show all applications. Even if you're running multiple applications, it will show all those here. So now we have seen how to execute a .NET 6 and IIS Express. How do you execute in Kestrel? There is a small ballpark thing to know whether you're executing through IIS Express or Kestrel. When you executed the IIS Express, you didn't have an extra command window which appears, and that gives us the console messages. If I am not wrong, this is the one which is the other console which will appear when we go. I mean, we are not splitting the uh, logs under the console, but if we split, you will see all the console logs, or whatever the logs which we either write it or split it from this application will appear here. So now the next step is, because during demos things will not work, so that's the reason I already created one of the demo Blazor WASM, and I kept it aside. So let's give that a shot. If it is working, it is working. If not, I will fall back on this which I created a couple of weeks ago for this demo. Okay, so let's give that a shot. So what we have to do here is, we can come back here, right mouse click, the same thing. We did two flavors. We can click on add, and we can click on Docker support. So I'm taking Linux as my container. I said that that's my container. Please go ahead and give me this Docker container for this Blazor WASM. Okay. So then I will go and execute, which it will not work. Then we'll go back and read some documentation to see why it is not working, and we'll learn uh, we learn one difference also. Okay, so let it work. It's not going to work for sure. It's going to throw a dialog. If it is working, then I will be the happiest person on this face of earth, but it's not working as it is expected. That's good. It is not working. Now let's go back and learn some differences. Uh, Differences in the sense how the things will get hosted. So when you go and look at the OBJ folders, let me go and look into the open folder in File Explorer. When you go into this OBJ or bin or whatever it is, let me go to, okay, let's go to this demo. Let me go to the bin, debug, .NET 6. You see that it has got an executable exe. So, which when we go into the Docker file, it says that execute this web application 1.dll. So it knows that it has to execute this. So let's come back here. Let's see what it says. That was for web API, I assume, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that was a web API. Let's see how the Blazor WASM is. I'm sorry. That's a MVC. In this MVC project also, it says that go and execute this web app to DLL. So you can get into the bin, debug, and you see that web application to DLL and its corresponding executable and PDB file. And now let's come back to the demo and go to the bin, debug, and this. Now this is entirely different. So it has got a lot of DLLs, and you have got the dub root, you have got a framework, and everything is getting executed from here. So let's redo that, because we have we did the Docker. Let me switch back to the Kestrel, and I click on demo. Now let's see how the things are changing. So this is executing through the Kestrel. Let's go back here. You see that there is a dub root folder, and a lot of other things are there. We can do a quick publish and see that to, let's do right mouse click on that, and I do a publish, and I want to publish to a local folder just to see how the things look. Let's publish it here. Publish to a folder. I want to publish it there. I want to publish it here, and I do publish. It's publishing. Let's see. Why it's using the Docker. Okay, so see this, it's coming in here. Give it a minute. I could have done .NET publish. Let's give it a minute. Oh. Is it going in publishing somewhere else? Oh, God. Did it? Oh, okay, it's doing the demo only. The same folder. Right. It's doing the same folder. Let's give it a minute, guys. Real quick, and I'll show you. So this is the one which I already created it. So when I was trying to execute it, it was not working at all. So I didn't have that much intelligence to crack it. So I fall back on my friend Google, which I found this article which helped me. So building Blazor WASM WebAssembly project with Docker.NET 5. So I use the same documentation to create a container for this Blazor WASM 6 also. So from here till here, it was almost the same, little bit of the folder structure. The only thing what I understood is that once it publishes, it will be the HTML file. That's you can see this, lot of the Blazor WASM itself is one of the SPA. Like you have Angular, React, Vue, Blazor WASM. These four guys, at least these four guys, I'm counting in right now. They are SPA. That means there will be an index.html which everyone will come and hit. So it is not that a library is getting loaded, but index.html. You can see that over here. If I take this, let me go and create an incognito mode and open the things over here, and I paste it here. You see that the moment I paste it here, it's going to open the index.html, and apart from that, this guy is going to bring in all the DLLs, whatever the DLLs which we have seen, guys, in the obj folder. It's going to bring that, and the see that the data, the web service, the DLL, and all the C# components and the app setting files. So whatever is there, everything is going to come, including the .NET, Blazor WASM, and everything is going to come to this one. So what did we understand? So that means it's this index file which is being loaded, and on top of that, so that's the one which I learned it from that documentation, which is, you see this, when you go and publish it, this is how it is publishing. It is creating a dub root, and inside that it is dropping index.html, and all those other DLLs whatever we are speaking about, they are there, but they will not be at the publish folder level, or it will not be inside. It is somewhere in the framework, because those C# or the DLLs whatever it is, they will be inside the dub root. That's the only catch. That's the only catch, is that. So what you have to do is, I followed this documentation, and I commented from final, because there is no DLL at the top level, but it is there inside, which the index file is going to bring down to the client's machine. We have seen that just now when we went and we did this. It was bringing in the entire content. Right now it's already there in the cache. It's not going to bring in until unless I open another instance or go back in another incognito mode. It's not going to bring it, but net, that's the simple catch. So what I did is, after that, let me close everything. So already I just created. If it is not working, will not waste much of the time. We can fall back on that Docker image. So all the way it is till publish. So it is till publish, and after publish I will comment this, because there is nothing in here, because in this dub root we have an HTML file. That is what it is going to create. That's one point. And another point is, we can come back to the we can come back to this and copy the nginx config. We can type it just to save the time I'm doing all this, folks. So let me come back over here. So drop it at the same location where we have the Docker file. Okay, now let's come back. Let me close all those files, and here it is. It's the same name. I could have taken a different name. I don't know whether it's going to spoil the entire demo or not. Let me take the risk. That's fine. Let me take the risk. So what it is mentioned is, we need to create a nginx config file, and as it's not the DLL which it is going to run, it is going to execute the SPA application. So we will create an nginx HTML, and that's the working directory, and copy everything from the publish. Publish is already the Blazor WASM application. You are publishing it here. Okay, so that is already being published. And a couple of things I did is, I right mouse click on this, and properties, converted that into content, and say copy. Okay, that's the other one. I did it, and that's a Docker file. Okay, so let's give that a demo. But there is another tip. If it is not working from here, we told to fall back on this command line to get it working. So we'll fall back on the command line in a moment. Okay, let me switch to the Docker. Yep, that's the Docker. Now, once we click on the Docker, you'll see that how it is building. So what command it is executing, and we can see that here in this window. So just let's keep a watch. It's not going to take much time, but it will not take more than a minute or so. I think we'll be done in next 5 minutes. I'm not going to take more time. I will complete it real quick. Okay, that's the expected thing, but don't worry about it. So what we will, it's not going to work, we know that. So what we already know is, let's do a clean up the solution, and then let's build it, and then we will see what is the command which it is executing. We'll pick up that command and we'll execute it manually from here. Okay, so let me go and open the file explorer, and let me go back to this and go to the command line. Okay, I'll be ready here. That being said, let me try executing this docker command. It should execute this docker build. Okay, it should execute this docker build command. That's a command. You see that rest of the things, everything it is doing, and it is not doing the nginx piece. You see that if you go to the logs, it's not doing the nginx piece. So let me stop that and go back to, you're not going to work anyways. So switch back to build. Let's go back here, and here is the docker build command. Here is the docker build command, and let me copy paste it here. Let's copy that and let me paste it here, and let's execute that. Okay. No, it didn't do that. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be the app. It should be the nginx folder. That should be the starting point. So you can see that this is an hour ago. So let me remove that. I think it's because some path. I'll just show you with this one. So when you inspect that, so you see this, it copies everything from the publish www root folder to the nginx folder. This is the current working directory. So it copies everything from that. So when we go back and execute this demo app, so let's see, and you should be able to click on this. I'm sorry, to should be able to. It shows that, and we should be able to execute this docker ps, and let me go to this. I think it is 8080. Host 8080. Which is the image. Yes, this is the latest. That's a 16 days ago. And that's the container app. That is here. Inspect on the port. Actually, let me stop that and delete it. And docker run detached port 8080 routed to 80 and demo colon latest. Okay, so that's the one, and I can click on open in the browser. That brings in this Blazor WASM, and it displays. And when you get into that exec, when you do an exec into that folder, you see that it should come to USR share nginx HTML. So which is exactly matching with the instructions which we have given here. So you install the nginx and you set the working directory as USR share nginx HTML. So which exactly matches here. And whatever which you publish it to the publish folder, that we will push it from the publish folder to the nginx HTML folder. So if I do ls, so you see that all this demo CSS and everything, it's coming in the same thing which we have seen when we published it. Where did we publish? Yeah, here itself we published it. If you go and check the publish folder and inside the dub root, you can see that the content is like you have index HTML and this icon and the sample data, CSS and framework. Something it's coming because we added things as part of the Nginx, but net it should be this one. So the only catch is it will when once we deploy it, it does deploy the SPA application. It has got the DLLs and everything, no doubt about it. We see when we go into the framework, it has got all the DLLs, Blazor WASM. You can see that .NET Blazor WASM, everything is there. It's not that it doesn't, but the catch is that it will be having an index HTML. That's the reason we will go ahead and uh, install this Nginx or your favorite server, whichever it can host, and then push everything from the publish folder into that. So that's it from my side. Uh, mm, where am I? Let me stop sharing, come back to this. Yes. Okay, so let me see. Do we have any queries? No, we don't have any queries for now. Hey, yeah, Ashirwad.
Yes, Swami.
Hey, hi. Do we have a list of names we can do the wheel spin?
Okay.
Did anyone
So we have
did
eight
it?
names.
Oh yeah. Uh, if
So
you
let's,
could.
yeah, I'm sharing it over private chat.
Oh, okay. Please do that. I will create a wheel.
Okay, just a minute.
Yep. Mm,
So Swami, I've shared the names with you.
oh, okay. This one is. These are the names. So let me take an
Yeah.
empty Excel. Let me share my screen so that it'll be people will know what I'm doing.
Okay, can you
Yeah.
can you wait a bit more? Actually, we have more submissions now.
Oh, we have. Oh, okay. I'll do that. By J.
I
Joseph,
just
I
saw two
will.
more entries.
uh, okay. Cool. uh,
Or else let's do
maybe.
one thing. Let's give
Yeah.
5 more minutes for everyone
Mhm.
to fill in. So once that 5 minutes is done, probably at 3:55, we will take all the names and start up the process to distribute the prizes.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That sounds good. And
Okay.
I will share my screen in the meanwhile so that mm, you
Okay.
can put in those names. I think.
So we have Jagriti in the video. So
Yeah, I just called Jagrati. I thought that if someone has got some queries from the previous sessions, I thought if as many speakers as available, I thought them if they come back, we can have a quick chat, like a uh, speakers can query the queries. I mean, solve the queries or have a quick discussion. I think we don't have anything. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Right now we have eight. I will put it in this wheels, but I will wait. Okay, this is my previous one. I'm not going to do any spin at this point of time. I will wait for other folks. Are you guys? Oh, they're typing it there. Oh, the thing is
yes,
that
the
I have,
number is
as
growing.
oh, okay, that's good. So the thing is, Ashirwad, mine is an eighth session, isn't it? So from
Yes.
speaker one to speaker seven, they have covered every nook and corner, whatever I want to speak. So I didn't have anything. So I was left out only with this topic, saying that okay, I let me give this try to containerize Blazor WASM. And really, I appreciate the author whoever has written this article that helped me a lot to containerize. Yeah, it was this fun. So he said that to go out of the context and do this while things are happening. Why don't we try that?
Okay. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah, it makes sense, isn't it? Uh,
Right.
Docker build, Docker build, tag it, demo December 2021, and the build file is here. Yes, it is. It is installing, and it is bringing in the SDK. That's the first instruction, one of seven.
Okay.
It's not finding that. I think I will go here and I do demo.
Last 1 minute, guys. Probably you can still fill in the feedbacks to be eligible to get the prizes.
Mhm. It's just a context. Wait, I have copied the command and
Okay. Sami, we have all
yeah,
the names. So
names we have it.
355.
Oh, okay,
Probably we can do.
okay. We'll go ahead. I will in a minute. I'll execute this command, and if it is working, working. If not, copy this. Mm, okay, no, it's not working. It's just a context. I have to set it properly. Okay. So, do you have any other names?
Just one name came in. I added it in the private chat. You can take it up from there.
Yeah, Akhil M. M Joy, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. So, like we have three raffles. I mean, two raffles technically. It's at the top. So, two T-shirts from Tech Platform and one free annual personal subscription for a single ID of your choice from JetBrains. So if it is within India, it will be a week or so to we ship the T-shirt. If it is outside, it might take a little time. But this we can send it by tomorrow. It's just through email. I will give you the details. Okay, so the first win is for the first T-shirts. One of the T-shirt out of two. So one 9 members. Let me. Okay, is the one who we have his name, isn't it? Yeah. Now the second spin is for the
Yep.
second T-shirt from Tech Platform. Wow. Now the third spin is for the personal subscription 1ID from JetBrains. 3, 2, 1. Woo! Wow. So let's identify them. And there's two people, one, two T-shirts, and this is one T-shirt from Tech Platform, and this is one T-shirt from Tech Platform, and he won the single ID from JetBrains. Okay, so these are the three winners, and congratulations, folks, and hope you guys have enjoyed. And this guy was first, and this was second, and this was third. The order is correct, isn't it? So you can publish it. These are the three people we will ship. I think one is international for sure. If you don't mind, could you please publish it here, Ashirwad?
Sure, Swami. I'm doing it in the chat window.
Okay. Thank you so much. And guys, hope you have enjoyed the. I think the chat window will be alive for a few more days, isn't it? Even if they watch the recording, the chart will be available.
Let me just show it over here so that it will be there in the video, so we can refer
Oh,
back
okay.
to the recording.
Yes, 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 yeah. Because guys, it will help us to improvise or fine tune or modify the content. Hope you guys have learned. I mean, it was a full day event, and it's a very big thing to. It's very big thing to spend your Friday. I'm sorry, Saturday on the learning. It's an going an extra mile. I really appreciate it. And anything else, Ashirwad, for us?
I think we are all good.
Mhm.
Uh,
Okay, cool. So who else are there? Jagadish and Jagriti. Anything you want to add, Jagadish or Jagriti?
I would just like to say thank you all for joining, and this has been a great session. So, thank you for joining.
Anything from you, Jagadish?
Yeah, the same. Like, thanks for thanks everybody for joining the session. And this is my first the session, but it was great. So I'll be planning some more sessions the next with the help from Swami.
we are we are always there to host you. And Ashirwad, anything from you before we close?
It has been a lot of learnings, Swami. So it has been a good day, productive day.
Yeah,
Thank you
seriously.
everyone for joining in and hosting this event.
Hey, congratulations to all the winners, and I would like to call out few names. I mean, everyone did their part, the speakers, and special thanks to Amal and Swaminathan Vetri. Seriously, even though he's not there here on the screen, but behind the screens, he did a lot of work and setting up this site and speaking to the .NET Foundation folks and everything. Thanks, Swaminathan Vetri, for your help, and it wouldn't have been possible. And Nishanil specifically, and thank you so much for your support. And James, thanks so much for joining in the evening, Friday evening. Really appreciate everyone of the speakers and everyone who contributed to this event. Thank you so much, and have a safe, good rest of the weekend. And congrats, the winners. I'll touch base with you in a week. We'll compile the emails and we'll start sending the emails about the communication. I think the JetBrains license, I'll send it in a couple of days once we get the details of the winners. Okay. Thank you so much. Back to you, Ashirwad. We can close.
Sure, Swami. So I'm ending the broadcast. Thank you everyone for being here. Have a great day.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.